Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Okay.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. So I see also the speakers of the opening and welcome remarks. So I would like to go ahead and welcome all participants. So excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to be here today at the opening of this Bioenergy Week. This Bioenergy Week, which represents the 8th in a series of study tours for capacity building and training, organized by the Global Bioenergy Partnership, GBEP, since 2013. My name is Maria Michela Morese, Executive Secretary of GBEP, and I will act as Master of Ceremony to guide you through this important 3-day event. We've gone already through all the technicalities in terms of recommendation to keep microphone switched off and camera switched off throughout the event. But I would like to invite the panelists of the opening and welcome remarks to put their camera on in order to allow participants to identify them. Thank you very much. So the GBEP Bioenergy Weeks are organized every year in a different, I'll do the same. Good morning, everyone. The GBEP Bioenergy Weeks are organized every year in a different region of the world. And this 8th edition is taking place with the focus on Africa. Due to COVID-19, we were not able to organize this event in person, but it is like we are having this event virtually in Addis Ababa in the UNECA headquarters. It is a pleasure to see today connected a lot of participants. We have around 200 registered participants from more than 40 different countries from all over the world, many from Africa, about 15 different international organizations, and more than 30 different private companies and associations of relevant sectors. Allow me to introduce the distinguished delegates of the opening panel, representing organizations and countries that have made this event possible, thanks to a joint effort. Allow me to give the floor to Mr. William Lugemba, Director of Private Sector Development and Finance Division of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, representing Her Excellency Dr. Bera Song-Wi, Executive Secretary and UN Under-Secretary of UNECA, that due to an unexpected commitment was not able to join. So I would like to give the floor to Mr. William Lugemba. Mr. Lugemba, the floor is yours. Please unmute your microphone and you are on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Global Bioenergy Partnership 8th Bioenergy Week. My name is William Lugemba from UNECA. I'm the Director for Private Sector Development and Finance Division. I'll be giving the opening remarks on behalf of the Under-Secretary General and the Executive Director of UNECA. Dr. David Piri, FAO Sub-Regional Coordinator for Eastern Africa and Representative of the Union. His Excellency Luis Eduardo de Aguirre, Ambassador of the Federative Republic of Brazil and Global Bioenergy Partnership Co-Chair. Her Excellency Dr. Amani Abzeid, Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy, Africa Union Commission. His Excellency Dr. Firewood, State Minister for Energy, Minister of Water, Irrigation and Electricity of Ethiopia. Experts, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is a pleasure for me to represent the UNECA at this historic 8th Global Bioenergy Partnership Bioenergy Week. which takes place on African soil and co-hosted by the African institutions for the first time. When it was planned some 2 years ago, it was supposed to have occurred at the UN Convention Center here in Addis Ababa. But the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic has robbed Africa of this opportunity to hold this important event physically. Importantly, this event is even more relevant to Africa. The theme, which I quote, to enhance learning from positive experiences on sustainable production and use of bioenergy to support the design and implementation of bioenergy policies in Africa, speaks to Africa's priorities. It is linked to AUC-ECA efforts of transforming the bioenergy development in Africa. The mandate was given to the African Union Assembly, where bioenergy framework and policy development resolution was adopted by the African heads of states and government. Since then, UNECA, in partnership with AUC, AUDA, NEPAD, regional economic communities and member states, has been mainstreaming modern bioenergy in the country's energy plans. A particular focus has been on how to increase investments in this energy subsector and to ensure it directly contributes to Africa's economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is still facing tremendous challenges in terms of making modern energy universally available to its population by 2030. However, the year 2030 could come quickly for universal access to electricity in Africa. The emergency of COVID-19 pandemic continues to hamper many governments' efforts towards increasing energy services. COVID-19 has reversed the gains made as governments have shifted their priorities from investing in energy projects to saving lives. According to the International Energy Association, the number of people lacking electricity increased to more than 590 million in 2020, an increase of 13 million people, or 2% more than the previous year. Although the number of people globally without clean cooking facilities has been declining gradually, particularly in India and China, due to liquefied petroleum gas programs and clean air policies, the situation remains dire in Africa. Only 17% of the population in Africa has clean cooking access. The household air pollution, mostly from cooking smoke, is linked to about 500,000 premature deaths annually. There's a correlation between traditional biomass production and consumption with access to clean cooking. Africa's prospects in addressing massive energy challenges lie in exploiting the vast renewable resources found across the continent. However, modern renewable energy factors vary little on the continent's total primary energy supply. The energy supply and demand is dominated by traditional biomass and waste. Almost all countries present massive opportunities for investors in renewable energy sector. There has been a remarkable increase in renewable energy IPP projects on the continent in the last 5 years. The IPPs are likely to grow even further in the post-pandemic period, owing mainly to the dwindling public sector budget to support energy supply, as well as new business opportunities provided by many countries for profitable investment in renewable energy. Africa should productively harness all its renewable energy potential. Biomass is an important energy source of renewable energy. It consists of almost 50% of all total energy supply on the African continent and has 48% share in the total final consumption. This shows that this critical energy source cannot be ignored, but needs to be transformed into a meaningful role in the continent's energy economy. Ladies and gentlemen, the transformation of biomass into modern energy is a hallmark of the African Bioenergy Framework and Policy Guidelines adopted by AU General Assembly in 2013. It talks about the development of bioenergy technologies. The transformation into bioeconomy can be done in different ways. This can be through the transformation of solid biomass into waste-to-energy projects. There are examples of this initiative in a few African countries, particularly addressing the large municipal waste in Africa's big cities and generating power from waste. Another viable bioeconomy example is the development of biogas plants to produce thermal and heat energy. This example is predominant in rural and farm settings where animal waste can be used as feedstock. The last is the development of biofuel for household and transport use. Biofuels is emerging as a suitable alternative to hydrocarbon fuels. Several African countries have biofuel policies waiting for projects to unfold. Others have mandated biofuel blending targets, but without the appropriate policy and regulatory structures to support such mandates. There are massive opportunities for cooperation in developing modern bioeconomy in Africa, and GBEP could play a catalytic role. However, specific actions are needed, and hopefully this meeting will address these and come up with concrete solutions. Firstly, as data shows, little has changed in the biomass sector in Africa since the year 2000. More and more countries are still using traditional biomass as the primary energy source. In fact, in several countries, the use of biomass is around 90%. Charcoal production has even reached unsustainable levels in Africa. Therefore, the biomass sector should be included as part of the energy policies of African countries. At present, this subsector is under the control of the ministries in charge of the environment, land, or agriculture. Secondly, bioenergy development is not actively supported as other renewable energy sources, such as solar and wind. There are special mechanisms that are often supported by the international development community. By comparison, while countries and regions may have bioenergy policies, the supporting mechanisms are very weak. Thirdly, as the experience has shown in Africa, it is essential to have champions of bioenergy development in Africa. These could be prominent political leaders or significant private sector players. These champions could ensure that the bioenergy agenda is promoted and prominent and receives support at country and regional level, and ensures that investment flows from private sector and private financiers scale up initiatives leading to broad participation, particularly the local private sector or project developers. Lastly, Chair, a special funding instrument could be established for bioenergy projects. This could also provide the necessary technical support, particularly the early project support. There are similar project support mechanisms elsewhere, like the NEPAD Infrastructure Project Preparation Facility, hosted by the African Development Bank. A similar de-risking facility could be established to support African bioenergy project developers. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, we hope that this meeting will develop workable solutions for supporting modern sustainable bioenergy development in Africa over the next 3 days. UNECA remains an active partner in supporting sustainable energy development investments, particularly addressing the unserved sectors and population, including women and the youth. I wish you all fruitful deliberation. Thank you so much, Chair, and back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Lugemba, for your very important overview that you've given and for the confirmation of support from the UNECA. Thank you so much. I would now like to give the floor to the next Excellency speaker, is Dr. David Firi, FAO Sub-Regional Coordinator for Eastern Africa and representative to the African Union and UNECA in Addis Ababa. David Firi, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Morese, Executive Secretary GBEP, and our moderator this morning. His Excellency Dr. Wadehana, State Minister for Energy in Ethiopia, Her Excellency Dr. Abu Zaid, Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy, African Union and AFREC, Ambassador Luis Eduardo Daguerre, Belarino Pedroso, Ambassador of the Federative Republic of Brazil, as well as co-chair of the GBEP, my colleague and brother, William Lugema, representing Dr. Vera Songo, Executive Secretary and UN Under-Secretary General for United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be part of the opening of this Bioenergy Week, which represents the 8th session in a series of study tours for capacity building and training organized through the Global Energy Partnership. I'm very pleased that this Bioenergy Week is focusing on Africa, and I wish to take the opportunity to sincerely thank the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa and the Africa Energy Commission of the African Union for joining forces with FAO through the Global Bioenergy Partnership in organizing this event. Representing FAO at this opening ceremony, let me also thank the government of Brazil for their continued support as leaders of the Global Bioenergy Partnership Activity Group on Bioenergy Weeks, as well as the government of Ethiopia for virtually welcoming us in their beautiful country, as this event was initially planned to take place in person in Addis Ababa. Furthermore, I wish to thank you all for being here. Your contribution will be of enormous benefit to achieve the goals of this Bioenergy Week. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, among the Sustainable Development Goals to be reached by 2030, the world has committed to ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all, SDG 7. It is worth mentioning that FAO takes SDG 7 seriously as we consider the key enabling role of energy in achieving food security and better nutrition, thus contributing to the attainment of the SDG 2 on zero hunger. In fact, energy prices influence food prices directly. In addition, food systems which currently consume 30% of the world's energy will gradually need to deliver more food with less and cleaner energy. FAO is keenly aware that bioenergy presents very good opportunities for sustainable development, climate change adaptation and mitigation, and food and energy security. The access to adequate and affordable energy is one of the basic requirements for guaranteeing the well-being and development of rural populations. We are also aware that the fast growing demand for bioenergy could pose challenges, particularly to natural resources. To mitigate potential negative impacts, it is wise to put in place and exchange experiences on the necessary safeguards to ensure the sustainable management of the entire production chain of bioenergy. It is for this reason that sustainability is at the core of FAO and GBEP activities. In this regard, GBEP partners have agreed on a set of sustainability indicators for bioenergy and its implementation and related training in several countries, including in Africa. Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, and Togo are just some examples. And this is in order to guide policymakers towards a sustainable development path. However, a lot has still to be done to develop, disseminate, and implement sustainable development of bioenergy in Africa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in line with the meeting agenda, I wish to stress the relevance of forthcoming discussions on specific sustainability themes that are of key interest for Africa, like regulatory and institutional frameworks, sustainable value chains for food and energy security, and financial mechanisms supporting bioenergy systems. I trust that this Bioenergy Week will bring together positive experiences from the GBEP community and beyond in the sustainable production and use of bioenergy. I also invite you to share experiences on bioenergy technologies and value chains in the specific African context, which in turn may guide the design and implementation of bioenergy policies in the relevant countries. Of course, we also hope that we can get the experiences from other parts of the world to share with Africa. Furthermore, the event represents an opportunity to both continue the dialogue between the private and public sector, civil society, and financial institutions on opportunities for bioenergy development and enhance cooperation towards a more sustainable production and use of bioenergy. GBEP remains, in our view, an excellent platform for strengthening interaction among the main actors, and therefore accelerate the sustainable development process. Finally, I believe that this Bioenergy Week is an excellent example of concrete partnership to further the global goal of sustainable energy development for all and other sustainable development goals that energy enables, such as zero hunger. I therefore wish you a very successful meeting and fruitful deliberations. Thank you. And back to you, Dr. Morales.
Thank you so much, Dr. Phiri, for your very kind words, overview, and continued support to the GBEP activities and program of work. I would now like to give the floor to Ambassador Luis Eduardo de Aguiar Villarino Pedroso, Ambassador of the Federative Republic of Brazil, as also GBEP co-chair. Ambassador, over to you.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Maria Micaela Morese, GBEP's Executive Secretary, Your Excellency Dr. Amani Abu Zaid, Commissioner for Infrastructure, Energy and Tourism of the African Union, Dr. William Lukemwa, on behalf of Mrs. Vera Songwe of UNECA, Dr. David Phiri, FAO Sub-Regional Coordinator for East Africa and representative to the African Union and ECA, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I want to begin by congratulating our partners in ECA, FAO, AFREC and the African Union Commission, as well as the GBEP Secretariat for putting together this virtual edition of the Bioenergy Week. We all know these are trying times, but current hardships should not stop us from thinking about the future, and this event is an opportunity to do precisely that. African countries present very favorable conditions for the development of bioenergy, including an enormous potential for the production of crop-based biofuels. The deployment of bioenergetic solutions is of a particular relevance in face of the prospects of economic and demographic growth in the African continent, which imply a corresponding growth in energy demands. Indeed, Ethiopia's national energy policy acknowledges this and sets a positive example in outlining the need to enhance the supply of bioenergy and to increase efficiency in the sector. Dear colleagues, as you know, access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy is a key driver of socio-economic development, as reflected in the Sustainable Development Goal number 7. Energy access creates opportunities for the development of social programs, such as healthcare, clean water supply, sanitation, and better education facilities, helping in the eradication of poverty. Bioenergy plays an essential role in ensuring this goal is achieved. This is a fact recognized by all main technical agencies and expert panels, such as IEA, IRENA, and the IPCC. According to IRENA's Renewables Outlook to 2050, for instance, the share of primary energy met by modern bioenergy has increased from 5% to 23% in the transforming energy scenario. And it should be noted that this is the scenario with the most optimistic and ambitious assumptions about renewable power and electrification. Brazilian experience offers a clear example of the role of bioenergy in bringing about a low carbon future. From 1975, when a mandatory ethanol blend was established in our country, until 2018, our ethanol policy has prevented the use of 2.15 billion barrels of oil equivalents. The transport sector, mind you, accounts for around a quarter of the world's energy-related GHG emissions, and it's not notoriously one of the most challenging to decarbonize. Besides presenting an already available, clean, sustainable, and economically viable solution for reducing emissions in transport, biofuels, including ethanol, biodiesel, and growing new forms such as biomethane and HVO, present several positive externalities, fostering social and economic development, especially for local communities in rural areas. In fact, the IEA Sustainable Recovery Plan shows that biofuels could be a very cost-effective way to create employment in the energy sector, as they have the second largest number of jobs, 15 to 30, created per $1 million of spending. They also contribute to increase energy security and reduce dependency on fossil fuels. Brazil owns own national biofuels policy, RenovaBio, recognize these externalities and incorporates them in market mechanisms that encourage the sustainable production of biofuels, incentivizing producers that present better energy environmental efficiency. In 2020, RenovaBio's annual goal of issuing 14.64 million decarbonization credits had been achieved by November, which means it influenced in achieving an emissions reduction target of 14.64 million tons of carbon. Ladies and gentlemen, by promoting dialogue on sustainable energy, Global Bioenergy Partnership has established itself as a key forum in this area. This Energy Week presents a great opportunity to learn more about specificities of Africa in regards to the use and production of bioenergy, as well as to exchange experiences in key issues of the sector with stakeholders from the public and the private sectors. On behalf of the Brazilian government, I would like to wish you all fruitful work during the following days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, for your kind words and continued support. It's very much appreciated. It is now an honor and a pleasure to give the floor to Her Excellency, Dr. Amani Abu Zaid, Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy at African Union Africa. So, Dr. Amani Abu Zaid, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Maria. Let me just start by greeting Dr. David Ferry and Ambassador Eduardo de Aguilar, Her Excellency Dr. Vera Asongwed, and His Excellency the Minister of Energy of Ethiopia, and the fantastic group of distinguished representatives and participants who are with us all today. And as it was said before, we wished this event was held physically in Addis, but as you know, the situation is what it is worldwide. And hopefully for the next time, and we still hope that Africa will host again this Bioenergy Week. But by then, I hope that we will all be in a much better situation where we can meet physically. It is a true pleasure for me to be here, and I would like to thank the FAO, UNECA, and of course through our commission, Africa, the Energy Commission for Africa, and ask and all the colleagues from the Africa and the Global Bioenergy Partnership for organizing this conference and this event. As it was said, and I do not wish, and I've been listening very carefully to all the interventions and speeches before, I do not wish really to repeat many of what has been said. And I don't think this is the place for us to yet again reiterate how important renewable energy is for Africa in general, but specifically now, and because all thanks to the COVID-19 crisis. Africa, I mean, the rate of access to electricity, unfortunately, since last year has been reduced for the very first time in the last 20 years. And the number of people who have no access to energy now is close to 600 million people. And there are 900 people in Africa who do not have access to clean cooking. So this is how difficult the situation is. And of course, we all understand that under a crisis and such a major crisis situation, we cannot accept or sit still knowing that this major lack of access and lack of clean access to energy in Africa. So we have to act, and act fast, and act more, and double up whatever we were doing before. Now, bioenergy occupy a very important share in Africa energy. I mean, we're talking firewood, charcoal, agricultural residues, but also we know that cleaner technologies and processes can help turn this bioenergy into a true, an important source of green energy in Africa. And this is what we need to harness, and what we need to galvanize all our efforts around, knowing on the one hand, as I said, the crisis situation, but also the importance of biomass, and also the fantastic opportunities that are being made available to all of us by bioenergy. And to really, how would I say, concretize what I'm saying. I mean, over the last year, surveys show that where liquid biomass has suffered, mainly because of the slowing down of transport and the less use of fuel. Solid biomass and solid bioenergy has been very resilient, and this is good news for us because we are all looking for sources of resilient energy, and this is why we should, again, as I said, continue the work that we are doing, but faster and in a much more intensified manner in order to accelerate the use of clean bioenergy in Africa. Now, we are, at the African Union, particularly encouraged by the work that has been conducted and continues to be conducted by the African of course, we launched the African Bioenergy Policy Framework and Guidelines before, and we have this joint initiative with UNECA on that, and this was initiated a long time ago, 2010, and continued over time, but also there is a bioenergy framework study that was carried out and endorsed by the Conference of Energy Ministers in Africa in 2012, in addition, of course, to the AU Assembly of Heads of States, the adoption, in 2013. And the framework aims at building consensus on shared framework that inspires, provide guidance to countries and regions in developing bioenergy policies and regulations, enhancing awareness among African policymakers, civil society on the need for more environmentally friendly and socially acceptable bioenergy development policies. And we actually, again, through Africa, have been conducting some workshops in order, to help countries know how to package and how to work on the waste to energy projects. And we've been doing that throughout the different regions in Africa. Now, since 2019, the African Union also completed and adopted the bioenergy development strategies and investment plans, and we are piloting it in Western Africa. Of course, when I say 2019, you understand right away that there has been a disruption, 2020. But again, this is the time to overcome that and continue in a much bolder and much more ambitious way. And in this regard, I would like to particularly commend the partnership between the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization and AFRIC for the capacity building programs for enhancing bioenergy monitoring in African countries, and the technical support and capacity building that has been provided to our countries. So what we need to do now, and allow me to maybe focus on how we see the way forward. We do recognize, all of us here and beyond, the importance of bioenergy as essential and as important part of a cleaner energy mix. And it has an important role to play, and we need to intensify this, especially in this time of crisis. The second recommendation is to call for investors and investments and the wider bioenergy community to support the bioenergy and its crucial role in reducing fossil fuel use and its potential to generate jobs and help the local economic development and combat climate change. Building back better, and again, bioenergy is recognized as having, a crucial role in this global energy mix, and we should all, continue the support to sustainable bioenergy technologies and the pathways as key themes at the center of the economic recovery packages. And by the way, we included bioenergy also in the recovery package of the African Union. As the immediate priority for the African continent, but I can say this actually for the whole world, is to save lives and to bring health emergency under control and alleviate associated economic hardship. However, the recovery measures adopted should also address long-term development and create resilient economies. Utilizing the locally available renewable energy resources that Africa is richly endowed with can alleviate immediate energy challenges while creating jobs, advancing industrial development, promoting human welfare, and many more. As you know, it is estimated that renewable energy deployment could create an additional 2 million green jobs in Africa. So the time for ambition and the time of action is now. Recognizing that we face a climate urgency, recognizing that we face access to energy emergency, we all have to increase our climate ambitions and set long-term goals and bold actions, stable targets to ensure that bioenergy has and is an important component of our energy mix in Africa. So with that, I wish you all fruitful discussions, deliberations. I look forward to hearing concrete and specific recommendations, and that we hope that soon, as I said, we will be able to welcome all of you physically in Africa at the African Union. And I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abu Zaid, for your very kind words, welcoming and supporting words to the work we've been doing. And of course, it will be a pleasure to continue joining forces in order to all together act now and facilitate a sustainable development in Africa, in particular bioenergy development. Thank you so much, very much appreciated. So the next speaker should have been Dr. Firewood Woldehana, State Minister for Energy, Ministry of Water, Irrigation and Electricity of Ethiopia. I don't see him among the participants, and I believe that he has had an unexpected commitment at the very last minute. This is also the unexpected things of online meetings. So I would like now to close this opening and welcome remarks session. Please join me virtually in a round of applause for our honorable speakers, for the recommendation we've received, for the strong support, which is really very much the strength that we need to go ahead in our mission to facilitate a sustainable development. So thank you all for your participation, welcome remarks, and continued support. Thank you so much. Thank you. So allow me now to introduce you to the rest of the morning session. At the beginning of each session, we will have live polls. So just to have the possibility for you participants to share your views, ideas, knowledge on the specific thematic area that will be discussed in each specific session. So we will have right now an opening live poll with multiple choice approach. So you may select one or more answers that you feel more comfortable with. So I'm sure you see on the screen the question, which is, why have you joined the GBEP Bioenergy Week? So you could reply with more than one answer. Let me read through for interpreters as well to find out about bioenergy in Africa, to stay up to date about new initiatives in Africa, or to network, or to present to other participants. This is the case of speakers, to watch a specific presentation of interest or other. So let's wait another few seconds to allow you to vote. I see slowly people voting, and I also see the percentages slowly changing. So we still have a few seconds for you to vote. It will be a nice way, again, to share your views, your ideas, and your knowledge in this case, it's an opening live pool, but this will be done in each session. So I guess we could end the polling, because I see, and here you may see the results. So 72% of the participants have voted as their interest to join this GBEP Bioenergy Week to stay up to date about new initiatives in Africa. But also, you see 65% to find out more about bioenergy in Africa. So thank you so much for your participation in this poll. We could stop sharing the results. And now we can go to the next session. We are a little bit behind the schedule, but we have a very important session focused on global, regional, and national policies. This session will be moderated by Mr. Robert Lisinje, that I would like to invite to switch on the camera so that we could identify Mr. Lisinje. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I leave the floor to you to introduce your speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to moderate this session on global, regional, and national policies. Very important session. We do have 4 speakers this morning. The first is Mr. Ika Hanula, Senior Energy Analyst at the International Energy Agency. He will be speaking on International Energy Agency Global Vision for Bioenergy to regional and local strategies. The second speaker is my very good friend and brother, Mr. Rashid Ali Abdallah, Executive Director, African Union. He will provide us with an overview of the role of bioenergy in Africa energy sector. The third speaker is Mr. Mikhail Gesese Tisema, Director General of Ethiopian Rural Energy Development and Promotion Center in Addis Ababa here in Ethiopia. And the last but not the least speaker is Mrs. Maria Mishera Morese, Executive Director of GBEP. She will speak on the contribution of global energy partnership. Now, each speaker has 12 minutes, and after their interventions, we will have a discussion of 20 minutes. I think originally we had 1 hour and 10 minutes for this session. I suppose we are going to continue in that regard. I intend to be strict with the time, but I don't want to interrupt the distinguished speakers, so I plead with you to stick to your 12 minutes each. So without wasting any more time, I'm going to ask Mr. Ika Hanula to speak to us about the International Energy Agency Global Vision. So, Mr. Ika Hanula, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much. Please let me know if you can see the slides.
Yes, indeed.
Good, and also in presentation mode, I hope. All right, many thanks for the introduction, and thank you for having me, and greetings from the International Energy Agency. I intend to keep strict time, so I'll just go. Was thinking about first saying something about where we are in terms of renewables globally, and then focus on the role of bioenergy in this clean energy transition, and look how we expect in our scenarios bioenergy to be used globally, and then looking at some regional market aspects as well. So to start with the situation with renewables at the moment, the last decade saw just a massive increase in wind and solar, so renewable energy, and we expect that to continue well into the future. So solar is expected to become the cheapest form of electricity production in most countries and will continue to lead a massive deployment of renewables globally. So our sustainable development scenario, the SDS, expects the share of renewable electricity to surpass 80% in mid-century and reaching almost 90% by 2070. So this is a very big development that is already ongoing, and we see strong growth also here to continue. This will be driven by solar and wind into the future, but will be complemented with a smaller contribution from bioenergy, from hydro, and from nuclear, so that these energy sources together can then fully phase out fossil fuels from the power sector. However, although this is a very important and key part to decarbonize electricity, it is always good to remember that electricity is not responsible for all energy-related emissions. And in fact, about half of carbon dioxide emissions today come from industry, transport, and heating and cooling for buildings. So if we are to meet our climate goals, that cannot be achieved if we don't also, in addition to electricity, decarbonize transport. We also need to decarbonize the industry, and then we need to decarbonize heating and cooling for buildings. So that is just a good and worthy reminder always that it's not all about electricity. When we go beyond the electricity sector, we need a large portfolio of technologies, some of them which are not yet on the marketplace. So efficiencies improvements are always needed. Electrification will play a role also in these sectors, especially in transportation. And as a general rule, if some energy uses can be electrified, that's usually a good to do that. But there will be so-called difficult to electrify uses of electricity, where we see or uses of energy, where we see that the role of fuels will continue strong well into the mid-century. And here, bioenergy and hydrogen will play an important role to decarbonizing that form of energy use. In our SDS, we see that hydrogen and hydrogen-based fuels plus bioenergy will together kind of account for almost 20% of the final energy use. However, if we look at where bioenergy has been and the recent development globally, we see that kind of it's not on track. So biofuel deployment must significantly accelerate during this decade to be back on track with the SDS targets. So we see growth taking like during the last decade, but now kind of where we are today, the biofuels need to triple to get on track by the end of decade. So huge acceleration needed. However, we do see some growth in more local markets. We forecast the ethanol production in Asia to nearly double between now and 2025. And we also forecast 30% increase in the production of biodiesel and hydrotreated vegetable oils in key. I'm hearing.
Ilka, we can't hear you. You're muted.
How about now?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Good. So where is biofuels then used? well, road transport is already a big consumer of biofuels, but we need also more biofuels to enter aviation, which is a very difficult form of energy use to electrify, and also some biofuels going to shipping, where we see a lot of fuels being needed for many decades. Biomethane can play a role to decarbonize natural gas and can be used to be distributed using the existing infrastructure and end uses. And hydrogen will have also a very versatile role, providing clean fuels in many different applications. So taking all these together, hydrogen-based fuels and biofuels, they meet about 20% of the global final energy demand in 2070 in the SDS. And especially the place where they go is kind of sectors where direct electrification is difficult. Costs remain an issue with biofuels. An issue with their competitiveness that, of course, is quite regional. It depends on the bioenergy feedstock costs. What is the cost of competing fossil energy, and what are the CO2 prices? So we see that in different applications, the required carbon prices to make biofuels competitive are quite high, and depending on the feedstock cost, range from $50 to $150 per ton of CO2. So that those are quite high carbon prices, and innovation and lower feedstock costs are needed to close the price gap. This is especially true with aviation fuels, where fossil jet fuel is about $0.50 per liter, and commercial aviation biofuels can be 3 times that price currently. And the new advanced aviation biofuels can be even more expensive than that. So the development of these technologies and cost reductions are needed to increase the production of sustainable aviation fuels. The same goes for shipping. So here with gray, we have prices of typical shipping fuels. And we notice that the situation is same for biofuel counterparts for these are significantly more expensive, and the hydrogen-based fuels are even more expensive. So strong policies and cost reductions are crucial to enable more clean fuels to enter the shipping sector. To conclude, renewables will continue to increase strongly. We see a quadrupling of renewable primary energy by 2070 and tripling of bioenergy. Going outside the electricity sector, we see a need for a large portfolio of innovative technologies to decarbonize transport, to decarbonize industry and buildings. And here, technologies will be at different maturity stage, and effective policies are needed to bring them to the markets. Sometimes these measures can and need to be technology specific, especially in the early stages of these technology developments. And lastly, it always needs to be emphasized that whatever is done with bioenergy, it needs to be kind of sustainably. It needs to be done in a sustainable way and in a measurable way. And then the sustainability in the end needs to be rewarded. And this is one of the aspects that will then in the end help to compensate the cost gap with fossil fuels. So thank you very much and for your interest, and happy to join the discussions later on.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sticking to time. I think I should say that the participants are invited to start writing their comments on the chat, and so that we'll be able to ask the speakers to respond to some of those comments at the end of their presentation. It would be great if you could highlight the specific speaker to which your comment is referring to. Of course, some of the comments would be generic, and all the speakers would be invited to respond. That said, I'm going to invite Mr. Rashid Ali Abdallah to deliver our next presentation. Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, my brother Robert. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, all participants. Thank you very much for having me this morning. And I would like to thank all participants for joining us in this very important conference. And also, I would like to thank all our colleagues who behind this preparation for this event. My presentation, let me see. In my presentation, do you see the?
I can't see your presentation right now. I don't know if the participants can see it.
It seems that he is no longer in the meeting. I think he dropped out. Maybe he pressed the wrong button.
Okay, I'm not sure what we should do. We have two options: to give him a few minutes to join us back, or we move to the next presenter and hopefully he could come back after. I remain to be guided here.
Robert, I guess it's good if we go ahead to the next speaker, and I'm sure that Rashid will rejoin shortly. But in the meantime, we could make best use of time and go ahead with the next speaker. Oh, here he is. I see him. I see Rashid reconnect.
Right, Rashid, it seems you have joined us. We lost you for a couple of minutes, but welcome back. If you can hear us, please have the floor.
You're muted, Rashid.
Can you unmute, Rashid, if you can hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. But I lost you again.
Yes, I believe he's having some difficulties with the network. I would say let's go ahead and maybe he could restore the network also.
Okay, Rashid, I think there's a technical problem from your end. While we try to sort that out, let's invite Mr. Michael Gesese Tesema, Director General of Ethiopian Rural Energy Development, to come in and please make your presentation. You have 12 minutes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for your GBEP Secretariat for inviting us for this workshop. I am honored to be part of your workshop as a speaker. This is a good opportunity to share among similar countries. It is a paramount important to be here. Let me share my presentation, the screen. I am allowed to share?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sorry, let me. I think I couldn't. Share screen. Okay. Yeah, you got it?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you. No, but well, I can see it anyways. My presentation title is Rural Bioenergy Development and Promotion in Ethiopia. I am from Ethiopian Rural Energy Development and Promotion Center. I am acting director of that center. So let me start by mentioning some background information about the energy resources which Ethiopian has abundant and diverse but insufficiently used, exploited renewable energy resources. As you can see in the slide, we have the hydropower and solar, wind power, and geothermal, and also the wood, agriculture, and the natural gas. So we know this kind of resources, but Ethiopia hadn't exploited substantially. So currently the energy utilization in Ethiopia is very low also. Sorry. I have a problem seeing the, okay. The electricity is 9% of utilization. The petroleum is 6%, and the biomass is a bigger one, where Ethiopia is currently based as it is energy resources in the biomass sector. This is a good opportunity to participate as a newly established, re-established the Ethiopian Rural Energy Development and Promotion Center. This center undertakes all the energy and bioenergy issues and the renewable energy for the rural areas of Ethiopia. This center is established by 2018. It has the structural organization dealing with the alternative energy, improved cooking, biofuel, and also the energy design and development. As you can see on the screen, that this is a structural organization of our center. Currently, we have revising the Ethiopian old policy, which was approved in 1994. It is a good opportunity, I think, also to share this experience, and also the center, the Ethiopian Rural Energy Development Promotion Center, is drafting a new strategy based on the policy. So we hope this year will be finalized, the two, the policy and also the strategy. So let me show you what the energy policy is looking. So generally, to come to the bioenergy, let me see the general issues of the energy policy. The first issue is the energy poverty, and the other issue is the low quality and performance of energy services. The other one is a weak enforcement of standard and regulation. And the fourth one is a wasteful and inefficient energy production and transportation and utilization. The other one is a big challenge to finance the energy sector program. Low private sector participation is the other issue where the energy policy is looking. High dependency in the unsustainable use of biomass resources, which is more important as you see it. Low institutional and human and technological capacity, inadequate transfer of technology and localization, high dependency on imported petroleum fuels. The climate change also is another issue, the lack of up-to-date and reliable energy data, and low involvement and the benefit of use and women in energy development. And the other one is an adequate regional integration among others. So these are the issues what we are dealing to come the policy, general policy objective. The first objective is to improve security and reliability of energy supply. The other one is the increased access and the connectivity to affordable modern energy. And the other one is a promote efficient, cleaner, and appropriate energy technology and the conservation measure. The other one is a strengthen energy sector governance and build strong energy institutions. The other objective is ensure environmental and social safety and sustainability of energy supply and utilization. And finally, the strengthen energy sector financing. So the energy policy has his instruments. So the supply-side policy objectives and policy instruments are for the electricity sector, subsector, hydrocarbon subsector, the bioenergy subsector, and also the other renewable energy, including the atomic energy. The demand side policy objective for the household sector, for transport sector, industrial sector, services, and agricultural sector. And so the cross-cutting issues policy objective and instrument are the energy regulatory framework, energy sector governance, building a strong energy institution and capacity, energy efficiency and conservation, energy pricing, and research and development. The other one is the environmental and social impact, and also the gender issue, and also the regional and international cooperation. On specific in the bioenergy policy issues as a high degree of dependence on biomass, a high degree of dependence on biomass, and sustainable use of biomass, difficulties in biomass production, transportation, and utilization, lack of regulation and standards, lack of reliable and up-to-date data, lack of distribution system for ethanol use in the domestic sector, even also the low technological transfer and localization, lack of access to financing, lack of integration in systematic value chain approach. So to take these issues, we have the policy objectives and policy instruments for each one. The first policy objective is ensure sustainable forest management for bioenergy sectors. The second policy objective, it has his own policy instruments like promoting the forest, sustainable forest management. The other one is the second policy objective is enhance diverse and efficient bioenergy production. This is one. This deals the instrument deals with the diversification of energy technologies, research, data, and also to capacity building, and each of one. The third policy objective is to ensure bioenergy supply security. So each objective has several policy instruments for. So this policy will be finalized as soon as possible, because our ministry is the Ministry of Water, Irrigation, and Energy is coordinating this issue. So I think we can see as soon as possible this energy policy be published. To show you some about the energy ERDPC 10 years strategy, here we put some 6 goals. The first goal is to accelerate research, efficiency, innovation, and incubation and testing services. With first outcome would be accelerate the research and adoption of energy diversity. And the second one would be to play a leading role at national level for energy efficiency, incubation, and testing services. The second goal is to ensure energy access in rural areas by disseminating improved energy sources and technologies. Goal 3 is to ensure energy efficiency. Goal 4 is to stimulate the growth of thriving domestic and productive use of clean energy manufacturing. Goal 5, coordinating, encourage and assist energy studies and capacity building programmers. And goal 6, contributing to the building of national green economy. So these are to show you in what kind to update in what we are doing. So thank you. I think you have followed me. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tesema, for sharing to us issues related to policy in Ethiopia. I think one of the things that came out was the issue of international and regional cooperation. This is extremely important, and I think it speaks to the objectives of power pools. But I think also international trade in energy in the context of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which has entered into full force and is being implemented from 1st of January this year. It's very interesting to see how we can package this discussion on regional and international cooperation in the context of the African Continental Free Trade Area. In this particular instance, trade in energy across borders. So thank you so much. I encourage the participants to go to the chat and to write their comments and questions. The speakers would have the opportunity to come back at the end of the presentation. Let me remind you also that in the first presentation, we also heard about the cost of biofuel, which could be a constraint at the moment, especially for consumers like transport. We see that road transport is using biofuels quite well, but not so much aviation and shipping at this point in time. So I think if our friend Rashid is back, we may go back to him.
Yes, I'm back.
Thank you, Rashid. We can see you now. Please go ahead.
Let me share my... Okay now? Did you see my presentation?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, sorry for this internet disruption. And also, I would like again to thank the participants and also to thank the team behind preparing this very important conference. In terms of time, let me... Did you see my screen?
Yes, we can see a screen.
Okay. So my presentation, actually, I have introduction. I will give some overview on the status of the bioenergy in Africa and challenge and prerequisites for bioenergy development, as well as the main challenge as we see as in Africa. So in terms of introductions, just for the people who don't know AFRIC, AFRIC is a specialized agency of African Union. We established by head of state decisions. Our activity, we are working on the policy development and in energy statistics, as well as we are working on providing technical support and mobilize financial support to our member states. So for the state of bioenergy in Africa, Africa is working on energy statistics since 2012. We are collecting energy statistics for all our member states. And the graph in front of you is explain how the bioenergy is important. This graph is about total bioenergy supply. And you can see the energy supply in Africa is dominated by oil and bioenergy. But in terms of bioenergy, which is in the green, it shows that how is dominated across the year since 2020. In terms of percentage and in terms of value, we can see here in 2000, the bioenergy represents like 47,000 from the total primary energy supply, which is 166,000 kiloton oil equivalent. And in 2018, the trend is the same. It's still bioenergy is dominant by 45.3%, and the remaining energy sources is moderate. But the main message here that bioenergy is very important for Africa, and this bioenergy is specifically used for cooking in terms of. When we look at the firewood production in Africa, is different and it's different from country to country. We can see here the firewood production. It is mainly West Africa. They have a huge percentage of the firewood production production in Africa, and then it will be like Central Africa and East Africa, then South Africa. North Africa, you can see it is almost zero production of firewood, and you can see also the percentage. It will also show that we have some region that it is more than others in terms of firewood production. In terms of also charcoal, which is the other form that used in Africa widely, we can see that West Africa also they have a huge percentage, but is dominated by East Africa. This charcoal, and same that it shows that North Africa is not producing charcoal, and actually. By this graph also, you can see the percentage of the regional share of charcoal, and it's still East Africa is dominant, and the next one it is like West Africa, and Southern Africa and Central Africa, which we see it is the one the region that it is using too much of this source of energy. In 2019, Africa also collects some information on the energy used in household, in African household. We collect information from all African countries. We can say that the bioenergy is still dominant in all African countries except North Africa. And here I bring you two countries for example, as like the Nigers. They are using firewood. I mean here the energy used in household. The firewood is represent 94% of the energy used in the household, in addition to 2% of charcoal. That means in the household in Niger, they depend by 96% in biomass. Nigeria, another example, which is oil producing country, is still the bioenergy is in the high percentage. Firewood is represent like 49%, in addition to charcoal, which is 71%. So in total, or it is a conclusion of that we are depending heavily on bioenergy, and this come to us that why we think that bioenergy modernization, it is very important for Africa. First of all, bioenergy is represent 50% of our total energy consumption in Africa. And the traditional way that how we use bioenergy, it is insufficient. Low efficiency entire value chain, from collection, production, transformation, all this value chain, they have very low efficiency. We have very weak institution so that they can modernize this sector. They need to develop complementary national policy
I seem to have lost Rashid. I don't know if other
the
colleagues can.
climate change and all this. Yes.
All right, I lost you for a second. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. This what I say. We think that bioenergy it is very important in Africa. What's the challenge facing bioenergy in Africa? First of all, the regulation. We see that in most of the African countries, there is no clear regulation for bioenergy because bioenergy is always considered as under the Ministry of Agriculture, of Ministry of Forestry, and in some countries they don't consider as a part of the energy. The target, there is no target for most of the country how much they need the bioenergy representation in the energy mix. So this also one issue, because if the country they have target, then they can put the policy and regulation to achieve their targets, and also to ensure sustainability. Guidelines and standards, we don't have country guidelines and standard for using these resources to ensure sustainability. So awareness, many of the people, they don't aware that bioenergy, it is represent 50% of our energy balance. And most of them, they don't understand that in some country, bioenergy represents like 90% of the energy used in households. So awareness is important, including the climate change effect, including desertification, including health issue. Mechanism for engaging a stakeholder, this also is not achieved. There is no, in the country itself, there is no coordination between different institutions that working in bioenergy. In terms of the prerequisites for bioenergy sector development in Africa, we think that removal of financial barrier for bioenergy investment is important. There is so many methods to remove this financial barrier, but due of the time, I will not go through it all, but I think this presentation will be circulated to you, and you can see what we can do in this issue of the financial. We think that policy incentive to unlock the potential, it is very important. We need to do policy which include several toolkits to support these sectors to be commercial, to be sustainable, to be environment friendly. In terms of, we mentioned challenge, but from Africa perspective, we think the main challenge of the bioenergy is the data itself. We are collecting data. Of course, bioenergy is different from the other source of the energy. They don't have meters. They always happen in village and rural area where the collection of the data is not always happen or is not accurate. So really, what we see, the main challenge is the data. So there is lack of the capacity of the African member state to measure and to collect and validate and analyze the data for bioenergy. So we need to have a consistent system to collect the data, that to know exactly who produce and who collect what in terms of bioenergy. We need also to who transform this bioenergy from firewood to charcoal, and we need to know also how they distribute what, and we need also to know how who consumes this bioenergy and how they sell it and how they trade it. So this information is very important for the decision maker to make informed decision, to really to protect our environment, to ensure sustainability of the sector. Finally, before I conclude, I just need to highlight that we are working heavily in bioenergy. We are collecting data. And I think this bioenergy, one of our efforts, our co-organization of this event, one of our efforts to improve the bioenergy in Africa. In this also conference today, I think we have one session on bioenergy reporting and statistics in Africa, and I think it's very interesting to see how we see this challenge can be solved. This will be 3 o'clock. And also during this year, we are going to organize international workshop, mainly to discuss how we improve reporting and monitoring for bioenergy in Africa. And you are all invited, and also we'll invite all the international institutions working in bioenergy so that we see how we can improve our reporting to bioenergy, so that at the end, we can have informed policy to improve this resource and to ensure the sustainability. I think this is my last slide, and I would like to thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rashid. I think that you did a good job to identify the challenges for bioenergy sector, including regulation, lack of target, guidelines and standards, awareness. But I think you also emphasized a lot the issue of data, which is key to any policy development. I think you also spoke a lot about the status of bioenergy on the continent, with some interesting graphs that you showed us on the use of firewood and charcoal. I think what was quite obvious there was a difference in the sub-regions in using these different biofuels. So I think that you'll have some questions at the end of the presentation, but I will now move to the last presentation of this session. This will be delivered by Mrs. Maria Michelo Moresa, Executive Secretary of GBEP. She will talk to us about the contribution of the Global Bioenergy Partnership. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Please confirm that you may see my screen.
Yes, I can see your screen. I hope the participants do as well.
Thank you so much. So my presentation is to highlight the contribution of GBEP at the national, regional and global level, and in particular focus on some of the main activities that GBEP has developed and is developing in Africa. So we know that many people lack access to modern energy services. We've heard also Dr. Abu Zaid mentioning a lot of those data and other speakers of the opening remarks. So as you may see, 2.8 billion people are without access to clean cooking fuels and technologies. And you see also the numbers related to Africa. We also know that in sub-Saharan Africa, only 47% of the population has access to electricity. So this is an important aspect and data that we have to consider in terms of how should we intervene. And in this, of course, renewable energy are important. And in particular, bioenergy can also play an important role, also as a contribution to the SDGs. Okay, in this table, you can see all the interlinkages between amongst the various SDGs, and in particular, the key role that the SDG 7 could play. But of course, bioenergy can contribute to all the various SDGs, and we may see not only to SDG 7, but also to the other SDGs. So bioenergy has the potential to play and is playing a key role. But looking about bioenergy, is important also to highlight that modern bioenergy presents excellent opportunities, but not without challenges, we know. And we also know that sustainability is key in order to take out the best from the opportunities. And this is what the Global Bioenergy Partnership has been doing since its establishment in 2006. You see on the screen the membership of GBEP, both in terms of governments and in terms of international organizations as partners and as observers. And you also see on the screen listed how Africa is present both as partner and as observer within the partnership. One of the main achievements of the Global Bioenergy Partnership has been the development of a set of sustainability indicators that are useful to monitor and report on the sustainability performances of the bioenergy production in a country. And this could be applied to any type of bioenergy. As you see, the set of 24 indicators that were developed within the Global Bioenergy Partnership are subdivided in an equal manner under the 3 pillars of sustainable development. 8 under the environmental pillar, same under the social pillar, and same under the economic pillar. And this wanted to be a strong political message in the sense that sustainable development can only be achieved if equal importance is paid to the 3 pillars of sustainable development, and not only paying attention to one specific pillar at the expense of the others. So these indicators are meant to be used in order to monitor the environmental, social, and economic performances of bioenergy, and also to collect the data on bioenergy that Rashid Abdallah was just talking about. So the importance to collect data related to bioenergy. And the collection of these data, of course, in this case, you only see the name, the titles of each of the 24 indicators. But of course, this is the report that was developed. And for each of the 24 indicators, you may find in this report a full methodology to guide experts in the measurement. So once we measure these indicators in a country regarding the performances, the sustainability performances of bioenergy production, the data collected would support policymakers to do their policy-making job in order to adjust the national policies with the view to further strengthen the sustainability of the whole bioenergy value chain in a country. And if measured over time, changes could also give additional information to policymakers in order to further adjust the national policies regarding bioenergy and in order to further facilitate the sustainable development of the sector. These indicators have been measured so far in 14 countries that you see on the screen, and another couple of countries are in the process of the implementation. But of course, these studies have implied an enormous amount of work, and here you can see the reports that have been developed by partners, observers, and members of GBEP in order to measure the GBEP indicators in all those countries. And the last 2 reports on the right side of the screen, the blue cover reports, are the last 2 measurement of the GBEP indicators in Ethiopia and Kenya that has recently been developed with the support of UN Environment. And of course, as we said, these GBEP indicators help measuring and monitoring the sustainability of bioenergy in a country, and could also represent an important tool to measure the achievement of the nationally determined contributions, or also to the intended nationally determined contributions, as well as to monitor the achievement of the SDGs that we've mentioned at the very beginning. So the Global Bioenergy Partnership has been working a lot in order to support members, countries at the national, regional, and global level. I would only mention a few of these activities, but the first to mention is for sure an activity that has been focusing on promoting sustainable modern bioenergy in West Africa. This was focused on the ECOWAS region and was led by the US and ECOWAS. And this activity specifically contributed to the development of the ECOWAS regional strategy on bioenergy. So the work of this activity group was finalized in 2013, but we were happy to have supported the region to develop a regional strategy on bioenergy. Of course, bioenergy weeks. So this is the case of today and the next 2 days. So every year we organize bioenergy weeks in a different region of the world in order to focus on bioenergy priorities of that specific region where the bioenergy week take place. And this is the 3rd bioenergy week that takes place in Africa, and it's the 8th bioenergy week of a series under the leadership of Brazil. Of course, another activity group of GBEP to mention is an activity group focused on sustainable modern wood energy development, and in particular on the linkages between wood energy and forest landscape restoration. And we've been doing a lot of activities and trainings on these linkages between wood energy and FLR, forest landscape restoration, in some African countries. And to mention just a couple, Ghana and Togo, for example. Then there are a lot of other activities that we are developing that are also relevant for the African region and for all the countries that are members of the GBEP. And this is the case of bioenergy and water, the links between the two, biogas, advanced biofuels, bioenergy in the context of bioeconomy, and of course also the importance of youth involvement. So if we have somehow to summarize how GBEP contributed in terms of policy heritage, I would summarize with a few points, starting from, as I mentioned, the support that GBEP gave to the development of the ECOWAS regional strategy on bioenergy that was adopted in 2012 and validated by ECOWAS governments in 2015. I would also mention a lot of activities that GBEP has developed in sub-Saharan Africa, and in particular in Togo and Ghana, as I mentioned, because GBEP has been contributing to the sensitization of stakeholders on the links between wood energy and forest landscape restoration to be used while reviewing and updating their wood energy, climate-related strategies, and of course also wood fuel regulation and national reforestation plans, as well as INDCs. I would also mention Ethiopia and Kenya, the measurement of the GBEP indicators in those 2 countries that I mentioned before. And these happened also in other regions, in other countries. So we measured the GBEP indicators also in Indonesia. From all these activities were from the side of the GBEP team, which is hosted in FAO headquarters in Rome. So we've worked also in Indonesia with the measurement of the GBEP indicators in the country, in Vietnam, supporting the country also to modify their national INDCs, and the same in Paraguay. And this specific measurement of the GBEP indicators in Paraguay also supported the monitoring of sustainability performance of wood energy in particular to be used as a basis for a GCF-funded project that FAO is implementing, and this project is called PROESA. So if I have to conclude and summarize some key take-home messages, I would say, and I would repeat, as it was also stated by my previous colleagues, bioenergy has a recognized role to play. Sustainability, of course, is key, and monitoring of sustainability performance is equally important, is very key in order to understand, evaluate, and improve the performances of the sector. GBEP is actively working to improve the sustainability of the bioenergy production and use, and this is mainly done through the measurement of the GBEP indicators that I mentioned. And of course, in our activities, us as a community, as a GBEP community, we are particularly taking care of policy support and particularly for policy making. And of course, the monitoring of the GBEP indicators represent a tool in order to inform policymakers for their policy making activities. So thank you very much. This is an example of a picture of the Bioenergy Week that was held in 2019 in Manila. So this year we haven't had the opportunity to be all present physically in the headquarters of UNECA, but we'll take a group picture of the Zoom meeting. So thank you very much. Over to you, Robert Kissinger, for your moderating role. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria, for that insightful presentation on the good work that the Global Energy Partnership is doing. That's excellent contribution that you are making. Now we have two specific questions, and I will call on the relevant presenters to respond. And after that, I think I will give all the speakers a chance for concluding remarks, maybe 1 or 2 minutes each. The questions I see, one is, what do you attribute the increase in charcoal production in Central Africa in the last few years? I suspect that question would go to Rashid. Rashid, would you want to comment on that question? What would you attribute the increase in charcoal production in Central Africa in the last few years?
Thank you very much, Robert. In fact, we have, as I mentioned, we are working on, first of all, to improving this energy statistic, and especially in general, and especially for bioenergy. In terms of the future plan for us, now we are also working with FAO in applying some bioenergy sustainable indicators. And I think one of our focus, it is all the region, of course, and including Central Africa and West Africa. And this will be done in the future. We think that also African Union and UNESCO also, they have very good work done, and it's continue also in terms of they develop this regulation bioenergy regulatory framework, which I think we need now to move it from the global perspective to the national level. We are going to support the country at the national level, how they develop their own regulations and develop their own regulatory framework, that including all the specs that missing target, incentive for investment, and move this bioenergy in term now for the current method that they are using to make it more commercial and also more sustainable. And I think in conclusion, Africa will focus in all regions, and Central Africa one of them. And we are planning to do this sustainable indicators, as well as some policy tools that we are supporting our member states. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rashid, for your response to that question. I think you've already delivered as well what one could say your closing thoughts. I would now go to the next question. I think this is directed to Mr. Tesema of Ethiopia, and the question is, what policy guideline Ethiopia is putting in place to mitigate the challenge faced by bioenergy sector? How can the country improve the quantity and quality of bioenergy data? So, Mr. Tesema, that is the question for you.
Thank you for the question. As I have disclosed, we currently we are revising the old energy policy. So the revision of this policy considers the current energy share is dominated by bioenergy. So Therefore, we considered in the next years the bioenergy use of the will be the one of the important source of energy. As a policy measure, we have considered the efficient use of resources, forest resource management, technology development, alternative energy development. There is a research and development issue, also the private sector participation. There will be an incentives, market development, encourage women, and also the sustainability issue, the climate issue, job creation are most important policy instrument we have considered in the policy document. Regarding the quality and quantity of data, also the policy gives an important place on the which biology data issue, which have also put the proper policy instrument for that one. I think this is what we are doing currently. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those very clear responses that you provided to the question. There's another question from my colleague, Medhad El Helapi. His question is as follows. Given the fact that the cost of modern bioenergy is relatively higher, as indicated by Ike, what measures should be done at a continental level to make modern bioenergy competitive, with a view to increase the share in energy mix by 2070? That is for Mr. Hanula.
Okay, thank you for the question. So of course, the competitiveness of bioenergy is a factor of biomass feedstock cost, the cost of the fossil fuels, and carbon price. So basically, those are also the tools how we can make biofuels more competitive, focusing on how to reduce the cost of bioenergy feedstock for the processing plants, but also making fossil fuels more expensive and adding a price on carbon.
Okay, thank you for that response. I see one more question in the chat. It goes like this: time frame for transform to modern energy is crucial. How did developing countries, especially countries related to bioenergy, put their efforts together? Well, it's not quite clear for me this question, but I guess it's all about what efforts should be made to transform the energy sector in Africa to a modern one, right? The time frame. So basically, those countries that have achieved this transformation, what did they do to achieve this kind of transformation? I will invite any speaker who is willing to give some insights to this question. Anyone wants to offer a response to this question?
Maybe I can contribute.
Okay, Rashid.
Yes, thank you very much. When you look at the data, you can see the bioenergy used in Africa is mainly for cooking, either firewood or charcoal. We are not yet discussed biofuel in power generations or in transport. What we can do to modernize, or our relevant question, what we can do to modernize our cooking sector. So I think the traditional way of that using it will not take much if we have a correct regulatory framework, if we have incentive, policy incentive, if we remove some investment barrier to this investment in cooking, and it depends on the country, it depends on the policy willingness, it depends of the focus of the country. I think the time is not be big, and this our roles. We need to improve the data. We need to tell the decision maker how the importance of bioenergy and really what's Africa doing to highlight this fact per data. And I think when we get this decision maker commitment, I think this will be fast as possible. Thank you very much. You are mute.
Sorry, I think that we are 30 minutes over the time allocated for this session. I am going to ask Maria to make the last comments, but I will not come back when I hand over the floor. So what I gathered from this session is that bioenergy is important in Africa. We've all seen the share of charcoal and firewood in our different sub-regions on the continent, how important this is. We've also heard of the different users of bioenergy. Transport, road transport, we already see important usage. Air transport and shipping, there's scope to increase this. But most importantly, we've seen the myriad of challenges that continue to plague the bioenergy sector on the continent. And I want to commit to you that ECA would continue to work with the different stakeholders to make sure that bioenergy contributes in solving the energy poverty that we see on the continent and help achieve the SDG 7 of universal access to electricity. Now, we do recognize the role of the Global Energy Partnership, and we want to commend it for the excellent work that it is doing, and that they can continue to count on the support of ECA as we try to address the challenges in this important sector. So with that, I will hand over the floor to Maria for any thoughts that she may have on this session and for the rest of the program. Thank you so much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lesinje. Indeed, this session has been extremely interesting, and it also reflects really our experience in the last few years as a GBEP community in Africa. A transformative change is needed in order to facilitate a transition from the traditional use of bioenergy to a more modern use of bioenergy, through also making best use of byproducts, for example. And we've been working, as I mentioned, also in a couple of countries recently in order to share the experience and sensitize also relevant national stakeholders to other more modern use of bioenergy in order to facilitate a sustainable development of bioenergy, and therefore a contribution of bioenergy to the decarbonization of the energy sector and all the SDG objectives and Paris Agreement objectives that we all know. So I would like to thank Mr. Lesinje again for moderating this session. We are a little bit behind the schedule. I would beg your pardon and ask for a shorter lunch break. So we will reconvene in a bit less than half an hour at 1:30 East Africa time, so a bit less than half an hour. But before we launch for break, allow me also to present an activity that we would like to have at lunchtime every day during this event. It's the interactive Slido word wall. So we will have this interactive activity at lunchtime every day. So participants would go to slido.com on their computer, on their phone, and enter the code shown on the screen. You may, thinking about the thematic question that I will mention in a second, you can then enter your words to build the word wall that will be shown at the end of this lunch break, so before we reconvene. The question of this word wall is, what are the greatest opportunities for bioenergy? So please connect to slido.com, enter your word, and at the end, here you see it's an example. And at the end of the lunch break, before we reconvene, we will have a word wall with important words that have been selected as priorities to respond to the question. So I would like to thank all participants, and I would like to invite all participants to reconvene in a bit less than half an hour at 1:30 East Africa time. Thank you again, and have a nice lunch. See you in half an hour. Thank you. Please stay connected if you don't want to lose the connection, or reconnect afterwards, as you prefer. Thank you. Have a good lunch. Good afternoon, colleagues. We are going to reconvene in a couple of minutes. Thank you. So good afternoon and welcome back to all our participants after the very short break we've had. Sorry for that. Allow me to briefly comment on the word wall that you see on the screen. So the question was, what are the greatest opportunities for bioenergy? And you may see from the screen that the biggest words that slowly they change. The more people insert new words, the more it changes. And I recognize that sustainable jobs, improved livelihoods are the highest in the replies of our participants. But I also recognize high in the agenda of people in terms of opportunities for bioenergy. I also recognize energy poverty reduction, clean cooking, gender equity, circular economy, job creation, health biochar, and climate change mitigation as very high, again, in the views of our participants. So I would like to thank all the participants to have joined this important exercise, because it really represents your views, your experience in the countries. And it's very important also for us to absorb somehow through those kind of exercise, your experience and expertise in bioenergy. So the next session will be focused on sustainable value chains for food and energy security. It is moderated by Mr. Crispin Zana, that I would like to thank for his participation. Mr. Zana is Principal Energy Advisor to the African Union Development Agency at the Secretariat of the Africa-EU Energy Partnership. At the beginning of each session, as we've done for the previous session, and before I leave the floor to Mr. Zana, allow me to launch a new live poll, which is focused on the thematic area of this specific session. Here again, it is a multiple choice question, and you may respond by selecting the answers, one or more than one, that you feel more comfortable with. So the question of this live poll is, what do you think are the most important factors for ensuring the sustainability of value chains? So here are the possible replies. I already see you starting replying, participants. So the replies could be short value chains, or adapted to local context, or modern technology, or sustainable availability of feedstock, or technical capacity, or enabling policy environment, or other. Again, here it's a multiple choice question. You may select even more than one. Slowly, slowly, I see people replying and percentages for each of the possible questions moving. Another few seconds. So this will also be an opportunity for the moderator of the next session, Mr. Chris Penzana, to have already immediately an idea of the feedback, experience, expertise of participants regarding the specific thematic area of the next session. Okay, I guess we could end pooling and see the results. As you will see the results, we have 68% of participants highlighting that the most important factor to ensure sustainability of value chains is the enabling policy environment. A lot of participants also highlighted the importance of adapted to local context, so the importance of the context, as well as the technical capacity. Yeah, technical capacity. And again, something very important for participants is also sustainable availability of feedstocks. Indeed. So I would like to thank participants for joining us in this pool, live pool, that also is giving a lot of important inputs to Mr. Chris Penzana, who will be moderating the next session focused on sustainable value chains for food and energy security. Mr. Zana, the floor is to you to moderate the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are. I'm sure the times are different. And it's one of the joy of these days that we meet on virtually. The topic which I am leading here, the sustainable value chains for food and energy security. I'm sure as we see also on the polls, people are quite familiar with it. I also noted that the previous session was talking about figures of where we stand. It's quite sad in Africa, over 90% still depending on firewood and so on, things which are unsustainable. But now we will hear from our experts who have prepared some presentations. Before I go into that, let me just highlight the importance of sustainability and making sure that when you send your questions, let's focus on the topic and not ask things which are outside the topic. Otherwise, we have too many questions. As the discussions, presentations go on, I will ask the participants to put their questions onto the chat so that at the discussion, we will then have time to go through your questions. I would also like to encourage the participants, the members of the panel, that please try to stick to your time. Where you were given 10 minutes, but I think already 10 minutes, looking at the number of presenters and the time we have, is a bit too much. Try to reduce your time of presentation to 8 minutes, then we will share this small time we have. I also encourage you to speak slowly so that we give the interpreters time to translate or to interpret what you are saying. Then the other thing I would like to highlight is that you have to upload your own presentation, but please, when you get into trouble because of your network, try to inform the organizers as quickly as possible so that they pick it up from there. When you are doing your presentation, I ask you to start by a short presentation of your personality, and make it very short. Just your name, your organization, your title, and then move swiftly into your presentation. That's it. My duty is to make sure that you don't overbounce your time. And then during the presentations, let me give you the order we will follow. The order is very simple. We'll go according to the order which was on the program. And I will call you one by one so that we don't crowd the introductions with names and who is what. I will just call the name and ask you to upload immediately and then go into your presentation. I will start with ECRI, and then from ECRI, I move to SACRI. From SACRI, I'll move to the University of Nigeria. From the University of Nigeria, I move to UNECA. From UNECA, I move to Uganda. Then from Uganda, I moved to Ethiopia. From Ethiopia, I'll move to Uganda again, which is the National Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Alliance. So in that order, I will start by calling upon Mr. Gay Gulame Kuye. Please forgive me for mispronouncing your names. I know we have all different languages. So from Praia, Cape Verde, please take the floor and start.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour, je suis Gay Kouye et je suis chargé du programme Technologie d'énergie renouvelable à l'ECRE. Mes slides sont en anglais, mais je vais parler en français, la langue dans laquelle je me sens plus à l'aise.
Guillaume, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just to guide participants on how to select the interpretation. So there is a button on the bottom side of the Zoom page, which is called interpretation. If you click there, you find English and French. Now you may have it off because it's the plenary language, but if you wish to select English, you then press English. So Guillaume will speak in French, but you will hear the interpretation service. And then as soon as we go back, you can restate off, which means that it's back the language in the plenary. Thank you, and sorry for the interruption, Guy. Please go ahead.
Okay. Donc, merci beaucoup. Okay. Comme je le disais, voilà, je suis Monsieur Gay Kouye et je suis chargé des programmes technologiques renouvelables à l'ECRE et je représente Monsieur Bassaou, qui est le directeur exécutif qui a empêché. J'ai juste 10 minutes, je vais aller très rapidement sur ma présentation. Dans la région de la CEDEAO, nous avons 15 pays et nous remarquons que plus de la moitié de cette population n'a pas accès à l'électricité. Ce qui a amené plutôt la création donc, de l'ECRE le 23 novembre 2008 est dû à la faiblesse de l'accès à l'énergie. Comme vous le savez bien, un certain nombre de défis interdépendants de la précarité énergétique et de la sécurité énergétique, et aussi de l'atténuation au changement climatique, ont donc milité donc pour la création de l'ECRE. La situation courante dans la région, c'est que la région a un faible taux, oui, d'accès à l'énergie. Et on remarque une forte vulnérabilité et la volatilité des prix du combustible. Et il existe néanmoins un potentiel qui est très élevé, oui, dans la région en matière d'efficacité énergétique. Aussi, l'objectif, donc, oui, de la création de l'ECRE, c'est de vraiment contribuer au développement économique, social et environnemental durable de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Et l'ECRE a comme mission, donc, oui, de mettre en place des conditions qui seront favorables et un environnement qui sera propice à la création d'un marché des énergies renouvelables et de l'efficacité énergétique. Donc, afin de lever toutes les barrières qui existent. Donc, comme je l'ai dit, un certain nombre d'actes ont été posés donc, en matière donc, de politique pour pouvoir donc, adresser toutes ces barrières. Et donc, c'est dans ce cadre que donc, les chefs d'État, oui, ont pu adopter les politiques des énergies renouvelables et les politiques des efficacités énergétiques qui ont été développées en 2013. Et il a suivi donc la politique de mise en œuvre de la bioénergie en 2017. Et avec l'initiative C4All, l'ECRE donc est le point focal de la mise en œuvre de cette initiative dans la région. À l'issue de ces politiques, l'ECRE a soutenu donc les différents pays à formuler donc des plans d'action nationaux des énergies renouvelables et de l'efficacité énergétique et des agendas pour l'accès aux services énergétiques dans la région. Donc, le programme Bioénergie en tant que tel a été fait parce qu'il y avait un certain nombre de déficits. Comme vous pouvez le voir, il n'y avait pas de cadre politique efficace, d'outils de planification au niveau de la gestion forestière. Il n'y avait pas d'efficacité dans cette gestion durable et on a des forêts qui sont ouvertes, une faible application des politiques et on a une utilisation qui est généralisée, comme on dit, du bois de chauffe. On remarque que près de 90% dans la région a encore, oui, recours au bois de chauffe pour leur consommation énergétique.
Alors, excusez-moi, je ne sais pas ce qui se passe, mais la diapo est restée figée. Et tout ce que vous dites là, on ne voit pas défiler là. Vous n'êtes pas en mode diapositive.
La diapo ne bouge pas. Je pense que la diapo bouge chez moi ici. Je ne sais pas si vous voyez. OK, donc je vais aller très rapidement, je n'ai pas assez de temps. L'objectif global donc, de ce programme de bioénergie, comme je l'ai dit, c'est vraiment l'exploitation du potentiel de biomasse, oui, afin d'augmenter donc les services énergétiques durables. Et l'autre objectif, c'est vraiment d'aider les pays membres à passer d'une utilisation traditionnelle de la biomasse à une production et une transformation qui est soutenue, qui est durable, pour la production d'électricité, pour la cuisson, pour le chauffage et surtout pour les combustibles de transport. Donc, on a pratiquement une vision de la politique qui est là, qui est de promouvoir le secteur de la bioénergie moderne et qui est de répondre aussi aux besoins et aux contraintes des gouvernants, du secteur privé et des communautés locales. Et le troisième axe de la vision, c'est d'encourager l'utilisation des ressources de biomasse pour fournir un accès à l'énergie. Donc, en termes de politique, les objectifs opérationnels, c'est vraiment de fournir des services énergétiques durables, d'attirer les investissements dans l'agriculture durable et l'utilisation des terres, et surtout d'améliorer la sécurité énergétique, avec la réduction des impacts sur la biodiversité, la gestion des ressources naturelles, et l'amélioration des balances des paiements, justement, au niveau des ménages ruraux. Il y a des cibles en matière au niveau de la politique de la bioénergie, dont un accès universel aux équipements de cuisson propre. En 2030, une pénétration de 26% en matière de GPL, ce qui doit permettre donc de sauver, oui, près de 3 millions de tonnes donc, de bois et une production de bioélectricité de près de 2008 MW dans le mix énergétique de la région. Et donc, pour atteindre tous ces objectifs, à notre niveau, nous avons ce qu'on appelle le programme de la CEDEAO, oui, pour la production intégrée de biogaz. Comme vous pouvez le voir, ce programme nous permet donc une valorisation des déchets animaux, des déchets humains et des résidus de la biomasse afin de produire du biogaz, donc qui doit pouvoir servir pour la cuisson, pour le chauffage et pour l'éclairage. Et il y a un cycle fermé, comme vous le voyez. Donc, les digestats vont se servir donc de fertilisants naturels pour pouvoir régénérer les sols et pour pouvoir accroître une productivité agricole. Et comme on le dit, de ces résidus vont nourrir donc le bétail et tous les résidus, puisque vous voyez c'est un cycle fermé, donc tous les résidus vont être encore injectés donc, dans le biodigesteur et donc c'est un cycle fermé. Le bénéfice de tout ce processus, c'est déjà d'avoir des combustibles modernes de cuisson et pour l'éclairage aussi, par la production, oui, de l'électricité. On a un fertilisant naturel et on sauve beaucoup de temps avec la promotion du genre. Et l'un des bénéfices aussi, c'est vraiment une sécurité alimentaire et une réduction des risques parce qu'on a des combustibles propres et vraiment une protection de l'environnement. Un autre système que nous essayons de valoriser donc justement dans notre programme, c'est justement le système de biochar. Oui, le système de biochar qui doit permettre donc de réduire justement la coupe des arbres pour la cuisson. Et donc, il faut donc utiliser un certain nombre de résidus agricoles, les coques de noix, oui, d'huile de palme, les coques de riz, les enveloppes d'arachide et tout ce qui est résidu agricole qui doit entrer dans un système de pyrolyse pour pouvoir donc produire du biochar. Et ce biochar peut être utilisé donc dans l'agriculture pour vraiment accroître la fertilité du sol. Et ce biochar aussi, oui, il peut être utilisé en termes de charbon, de biocharbon, pour pouvoir donc servir pour la cuisson. Et le cycle de l'énergie et du carbone dans ce système-là, oui, au niveau des familles rurales, repose sur l'exploitation forestière et sur les rendements agricoles. On remarque que dans la plupart des cas, toute l'énergie, celle qui est stockée la plupart du temps dans la biomasse, elle retourne à l'atmosphère après combustion ou décomposition microbienne. Donc, un système de biochar qui est vraiment idéal, il modifie donc tout ce flux agroécologique de carbone et d'énergie et il modifie aussi cela dans deux processus différents. Comme vous le voyez sur cette figure, le premier processus, c'est une utilisation réduite donc, du bois forestier, car la cuisson, pour la cuisson et le chauffage, les foyers pyrolytiques sont généralement plus efficaces, oui, ou permettent l'utilisation d'une biomasse alternative, comme on l'a dit, voilà, les résidus et autres. Le deuxième aspect, il augmente donc la production de charbon de bois. On a du biocharbon et son ajout au sol aussi, donc qui permet donc une fertilisation du sol. Donc, c'est un système, justement, qui est très important dans cet aspect. Nous avons le programme d'agroforesterie par l'utilisation donc du glycéridia. Et le glycéridia, c'est Pium, donc, qui est une plante qui permet donc de soutenir la production agricole, donc il permet de capter l'azote. Il sert aussi de air vive dans les plantations et il permet donc de fertiliser le sol. Et donc, cette plante à croissance rapide, donc elle est cultivée donc, dans les plantations sous forme de haies et elle peut servir donc ici dans des petites centrales pour produire de l'électricité à injecter sur le réseau ou de façon locale dans des petits gazéificateurs pour pouvoir donc alimenter localement les communes, pour les populations locales. Donc, nous développons un programme de ce genre ici en Afrique. Et l'objectif véritablement, c'est d'améliorer les systèmes alimentation et énergie pour l'éducation rurale en Afrique et dans son environnement. Quelles sont les opportunités du programme Bioénergie? Premièrement, comme vous le voyez, donc, la gestion durable, donc forestière, par la production de charbon durable, les biocarburants produits à partir des déchets comme carburant de substitution, le bioéthanol, le biodiesel et les briquettes. Et nous avons notre programme WACA qui promeut, oui, les combustibles de cuisson et les cuisinières efficaces et alternatives dans la région. Quelles sont toujours les opportunités? Nous avons donc la transformation des déchets en énergie dans le même programme, donc par la valorisation de tout ce qui est déchets municipaux, tout ce qui est déchets animaux, tout ce qui est eau usée. Oui, dans un certain nombre de processus de transformation, gazéification, pyrolyse ou les digesteurs anaérobiques pour produire donc soit du biogaz pour l'électricité, pour produire des briquettes ou des pellets pour la cuisson et pour l'électricité, ou pour produire du bioéthanol ou du biodiesel. Comme conclusion et de voir sur...
Excuse me. Moderator intervening.
J'ai juste deux slides qui restent. Deux slides. Donc, le développement de la bioénergie modèle peut aider à améliorer la production d'énergie et de la nourriture et peut offrir d'importantes opportunités de génération de revenus et d'exportation. La deuxième voie cible et comme conclusion peut exploiter les avantages potentiels sans créer de nouvelles pressions sur les ressources naturelles, surtout sur la forêt. Et il peut mobiliser donc l'intérêt des investisseurs à des fins de développement. Le troisième axe, c'est que les politiques et les stratégies en matière de bioénergie doivent se fonder sur la science et être élaborées à travers un certain nombre de processus qui engagent les parties prenantes. Et comme on voit suivre, c'est que les politiques ciblées doivent fournir un cadre propice pour attirer, orienter les investissements et finalement permettre le développement des industries locales. Un autre aspect, comprend un certain nombre d'incitations, en particulier en vue de développer les petites et moyennes entreprises et d'engager les petits exploitants et mettre en place des instruments qui sont fondés sur le marché afin de favoriser une transformation et une sécurité alimentaire locale. Et le dernier point, c'est vraiment un croisement de subventions qui pourrait être envisagé pendant une période limitée pour soutenir l'adoption des technologies nouvelles. Je vous remercie pour cette présentation. Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gilliam. Sorry that I had to intervene, but time is very precious. Without time, we would not be able to do anything. You touched quite a lot of points in terms of policy formulation. We know you're working in many countries That's very important that you highlight that you are still holding on to the biggest challenge of being over 90% of the firewood use in the countries which you manage. You talked a lot about your plans and what you're planning to do in order to address the SDG 7, including clean cooking and addressing things which go into food security and so on. I think to the participants, if you can already start putting your questions into the chat, so that will give Mr. Kiliam a chance to respond when we have the 20 minutes. Without eating too much into our time, which is already behind, let me call upon Sakri, Miss Cornelia Ipinge, will be joining, who is joining us from Namibia. Over to you.
Good afternoon to you all. Thank you very much for giving Sakri an opportunity to present at this important meeting. My name is Cornelia Ipinge. I'm a project coordinator for the SADC Renewable Energy Entrepreneurship Support Facility, and today I'm standing in for the Executive Director, Mr. Kudakwashin Lukula. So in my presentation today, can you confirm that you can see the second slide?
So far, we are still on the first slide. Now the second slide is coming.
Okay, great. So I'll give really an overview of Sakri and then run through the difference, the landscape, as well as the lessons that we have learned so far within the SADC region. To start off, Sakri was established by the SADC ministers responsible for energy in 2015, and our key mandate is really to increase access to modern energy services as well as improve energy security within the region. We are based in Windhoek, Namibia, as indicated, and we really aim to implement and monitor the regional renewable energy and energy efficiency strategy and action plan. These are the 4 key areas of Sakri in terms of policy, capacity building, knowledge management, and financial and investment. So this is what we focus on, and I'll speak about a project or two as I go on. In terms of the SADC policies, I see in the Slido there was or in the activity that we did, that enabling policy environment is very important for setting up bioenergy policies or implementation. So these are some of the key policies within the SADC region that aim to promote sustainable energy in the region. So a key one, which we are also mandated on as Sakri, is then the RECEP, which then aims to make sure that all the member states within the SADC region have their own energy efficiency or renewable energy policies in terms of the uptake. And another important one is with the SADC Vision 2050 in terms of industrial development master plan, as well as the integrative strategy development plan that really talks to regional coordination within the region. In terms of sustainable value chains, there are then some specific policies. One that is the Green Economy Strategy and Action Plan for Sustainable Development. Here, there are different strategies, but to point out the one in terms of forestry, where it aims to support research as well as the development of biotrade value chains, as well as within the energy strategies, really focusing on energy efficiency and energy access. And the one which is still in development, which is also then supported, as mentioned, by the AU, is the Bioenergy Development Strategy and Investment Plan for Southern Africa. So this is still in development and really aims to implement policies as well as regional frameworks to for bioenergy through the support of the sector. So those are two key documents here. And then in terms of the investment, in terms of the regional value chains, the Dr. Tex, the Executive Secretary of the SADC Secretariat, has indicated or has called out private sectors as well as financial institutions to really take advantage and invest within the regional value chains, where agro-food processing is included, which our focus is also here today. And in that, then a profiling of the regional agro-processing value chains was conducted, and really to just identify what is in the market and how that could be improved to make sure that all sectors benefit. And below, there are just some of the biomass sub-value chains that exist within the region that I have highlighted. This is a chart just showing the different renewable energy profile within the region. As you can see, bioenergy has not really grown over the year, but whilst others, as an example, solar PV and wind power has been growing in the region. And I think that was also highlighted by the earlier speakers. These are some of the targets within the SADC region in terms of 2020 as well as 2030. We are still to do our SADC renewable energy and energy efficiency status report, so that will also highlight how much we have reached our targets. So there are three key targets there in terms of cooking, the ethanol shares as well as the biodiesel. And just to point out mainly that we still rely highly on the traditional biomass, as also indicated by previous speakers. And then within the SADC region, there's the potential of biopower in the region, really, which is mostly based from agricultural waste. And there's also identified or committed projects within the region. And from sugarcane, is really, we have about 7 countries that then generate, that have been generated by the sugar companies within those countries. And as an example, in Namibia, there's the invader bush, where then this is then turned into energy. So there are different feasibility studies that have been taking place, and also then for the construction of the different biomass power stations. And then in terms of biofuels, we really have different blends in terms of the mandatory blending as well as innovative aspect, trying for different countries, they highlighted different blending ratios, as well as then ethanol is just not then used for transport, but we also know that it's used for cooking. So really these are different trends in the transport industry that then the different member states try and set their rules to. And then in terms of key lessons learned, I think just to highlight a few is that really the value chains may not necessarily apply in all countries. However, they could be adapted to specific countries' conditions. As an example, the invasive species in Namibia, and then the sugarcane within the low veldt countries. And the other key important aspect here is really that we need to make sure that rural development projects really consider and include local communities, and also the involvement of all relevant key stakeholders is really important. And some of the key challenges within the SADC, I think this was also pointed out by the previous speakers talking about data, that really data is either just not available, or then if it's available, then it's out of date. And then the aspect in terms of the policies, as well as the investment. That's why then the promotion of investors within biofuel is necessary. And just in terms of then, as an example, with the waste, that is, it's not separated at the source, and then some of it can include toxic waste. And in conclusion, just to point out maybe 2 key points here that is really necessary and important to engage all stakeholders in bioenergy, really for sustainability, as well as contributing to the SDGs, as well as then to the NDCs, to make sure that it's also incorporated within the different countries' NDCs reports. And also then there's need to provide the platform for private sector investment, and also to make sure that for us to harness this resource, it's more effectively as well as sustainably, we need to increase and use more biomass or bioenergy through not just standalone technologies, but also really to be innovative and to create new markets. I think with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cornelia, for keeping time and also for giving us such a clear presentation where you are really looking at the topic, the sustainability, value chain, and I'm sure other senders are learning these examples you gave, where you have practical examples of the sugar, using sugar as one of the bases, but also for food, and where you have biofuels for transport. Normally, when we talk about energy, we don't want to go into transport, but yet it's another sector which normally really needs attention. I like your challenges, which you mentioned, of data, which was also highlighted by Mr. Rashid before. And this is a challenge which I think many people should always look at and see how we can move forward. I hope these discussions will come into our 20 minutes at the end. Allow me now to call upon from the University of Nigeria, Mr. James Ogbonna, who will talk about sustainable bioethanol and biogas from cassava as an opportunity for food security. I'm very excited to hear this. Please go ahead, Mr. James.
Good.
We can't hear you.
Yes, you disabled my video. Check on the video.
Organizers, please, from the organizers, can you jump in and assist Mr. James? He has got a video.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Ogbonna, yes, we will, if you can share your screen, it's better. Otherwise, we can put up the PowerPoint presentation that you sent us, as you prefer.
Are you managing, James?
Yes, yes, I'm trying to connect now to where
there is
Hello?
a green bottom at the
I'm trying to share my
page.
My
Yes.
video now. Okay.
Yes, it's coming.
Is it okay now?
Yes, we can see the screen is there.
Okay, that's
Please.
good. My name is James Ogbonna from the Department of Microbiology, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. And the topic given to me is a sustainable bioethanol and biogas from cassava as an opportunity for food security in Africa. The introduction. As we all know, starvation has remained endemic in Africa in spite of the efforts by the various governments to achieve food security. 18 out of 23 countries where starvation and malnutrition are most severe in the world are in Africa. Poverty is concentrated in rural areas where majority are employed in agricultural sector. In other words, starvation and malnutrition are more prevalent among the farmers that produce most of the food consumed in most African countries. In order to achieve food security in such rural communities, their income must be substantially increased by creating employment for them and by creating stable and guaranteed market and prices for their farm products. Presently, most post and on-farm losses and seasonal glut reduce farmers' earnings. We cannot achieve food security when those that produce food are so poor that they cannot afford to eat what they produce. Appropriate food processing technology will reduce food loss, create demand, and facilitate value addition. Now, increasing the agricultural productivity in Africa, government must invest on infrastructures and provide various forms of incentive to farmers. Unfortunately, such intensive incentives do not work in most African countries because they are expensive and difficult to sustain. Most of the farming is done by individual peasants, farmers, mostly in rural areas. Most of them are not educated, do not have access to information, and do not know how to assess incentives when available. Most governments do not have reliable statistics on number of farmers, their capacity, location of farms, the crop they produce. It is making it very difficult to plan and execute any form of incentive. Furthermore, large-scale farming is faced with a lot of problems, such as land tenure system that makes it difficult to acquire large area of land, lack of infrastructure, lack of implementable government policies, lack of private investment, lack of market due to purchasing power of the people, and lack of agro-processing companies. At the same time, energy efficiency is a major problem militating against industrial development in Africa. Currently, bioenergy, as we have seen from the previous presentations, make up more than 60% of energy consumed in rural communities in Africa. These are mainly in the form of firewood and charcoal, which have many problems such as low energy density, high energy loss, high carbon dioxide emission, as well as some respiratory problems. Bioenergy production from agricultural products will create demand for and stabilize the prices for crops, thereby increasing the earning of the farmers. This will in turn facilitate industrialization in other sectors of the economy through provision of affordable, renewable, and clean energy. There are a lot of reports indicating that availability of land is not a problem for energy crop production in Africa, because it has been estimated that about 70% of arable land in Africa is not under cultivation. Now, cassava as a suitable raw material for bioenergy production. As we can see from this chart, Africa produces 59 to 61% of the world total fresh cassava tubers. Nigeria is the world's largest producer and produces about 20% of the total of the world total. But there is a lot of fluctuation in the local price market, in the local prices due to unstable market. Most of the cassava are processed and consumed locally in Africa with a little export. For example, in 2017, Nigeria earned only $1.25 million from cassava exports. This is very low compared to Thailand that earned $1.19 billion in the same year. On the whole, on the other hand, Nigeria spends $480 million annually for importation of ethanol, which can easily be locally produced from cassava. The current annual world market is estimated at $93.7 billion, and it is projected to rise to $155 billion in 2030. Now, how do we put bioethanol production and from a pathway from cassava? Cassava is regarded as both energy crop and food crop. As energy crop, it can easily be hydrolyzed, fermented, and distilled into ethanol. But as food crop, it is peeled, and then converted to various foods such as flour, cassava flour, gari, starch, etc. And at the same time, waste such as cassava pulp, fibers, and dust are produced. Both the peels and then the cassava, the waste from the cassava processing can also be hydrolyzed and converted into bioethanol. And then after the distillation, in all the cases, the distilled solid waste can be converted to biogas through anaerobic digestion. Now, a typical example is these are from the data generated in our own laboratory. That is the flow chart of bioethanol production from cassava using Koji method. We use Koji method because that is what is adoptable in rural communities. 5 tons of fresh cassava, which is equivalent to about 1.65 tons of dry cassava flour, can be used to produce Koji. And at the end of it all, from these 5 tons of fresh cassava tuber, one can generate 563.55 liters of 99.5% ethanol. Now, at the same time, if we process the cassava into various products, such as starch, flour, gari, fufu, we also generate a lot of waste, such as the cassava peel, pulp, fibers, and dust. And these are also hydrolyzed, fermented into ethanol, and the distilled waste can be anaerobically digested to produce biogas. This is industrial cluster model for commercial biofuel production from cassava. In this model, small-scale ethanol production companies are established in rural communities. And these are fed from the yeast seed companies that produce yeast paste for the fermentation, and also the crude enzyme companies that produce crude enzyme. And so the cassava, they purchase the cassava from the farmers around and convert them to 40 to 60% ethanol using locally fabricated distilleries. Then a centralized scale redistillation, rectification, and dehydration company can be established to buy the raw ethanol from these small companies and rectify them into 99.5% ethanol, which are now supplied to the petroleum refining industries for production of gas oil. Now, again, the waste from all these small-scale production can also be converted to biogas through anaerobic digestion. In summary, the benefits of bioenergy production in Africa outweighs the possible adverse effect on food security. It will attract investment in the agricultural sector and thus improve agricultural productivity. It will create employment opportunities. It will lead to the development of community-based energy system, which is more reliable and cost-effective than connecting to the national grid. It will facilitate industrialization in other sectors of the economy through provision of affordable, renewable, and clean energy. Now, using bioenergy industries to achieve food security can be summarized as well. There is food scarcity in Africa, we have agreed, due to low crop yield. The crop yield in most African countries is less than half of the world average. And also the low acreage, because the farming is not lucrative in most African countries, and some people are not willing to. But when we now establish bioenergy and food processing industries, it will create demand for these products and making farming lucrative. It will also attract investment that will increase acreage and yield, thereby making food available. Then the other component of food security is the food affordability. And this company will create job opportunities, increase the purchasing power of the people, thereby making food again affordable to the public. So these are the major problems that is. In conclusion, bioenergy remains very viable in many countries, the most viable option for energy security in Africa. Rather than being a threat, and this is one fundamental thing that many people have believed, that using a food crop for bioenergy production will lead to food scarcity. I rather believe that rather than being a threat to food security, bioenergy production can be used to boost food production and thus achieve food security in many African countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think you have given us a very nice boost to know that there are practical possibilities in Africa. There has always been a danger of people looking at bioenergy as competition with food security. But the way you are presenting it has shown us that we can strike both ends, food security and energy security, with one crop. Thank you very much. And I'm sure you'll get questions when we get to the end, because people are keen to know more about what you have presented. Allow me to move to our next presenter, who is Mr. Medet El-Helep from UNECA, who will talk about the role of bioenergy in enhancing agricultural value chains. Thank you very much, Mr. Medet, for joining us. Can you take over, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Zana, very much. Yeah, thank you, very much appreciated. Let me now try to share my screen. Yes, it should be this one. And it's, can you see it now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, excellent. Thank you so much. So the title is Bioenergy. First, my name is Medet El-Helep. I work with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa in the agriculture and business enabling environment. I'm in charge of food security, agriculture transformation, including bioenergy. And it's my pleasure to make this presentation, which come under the title of Bioenergy for Accelerated Agriculture Food Systems Transformation. As you know, one of the most event of the UN system in the UN Secretariat for this year, 2021, is holding the Food System Summit, which is going to be taking place sometime in the first week of September within the high level policy within the General Assembly in New York. So this issue, the issue of promoting bioenergy for advanced food systems in Africa, is very much important. So a number of issues that we'll be talking about. First, we'll highlight the importance of agriculture in Africa, then go to the consumption of biomass and how is it, and then give a highlight on the status of African food chains. And go to maybe one of the most important part of this presentation, which is to highlight how modern bioenergy could incite revolution into the African food systems. And finally, we conclude by very limited policy options. So first one is, agriculture. I mean, we can't talk more about the importance of agriculture in Africa. By figures, it's contribute on average 15% of the total GDP in Africa. However, this is a kind of misleading, because in most African countries, it contributes more than 25% of GDP, gross national product. It's only because of the heavy-weighted countries in Africa that the contribution of agriculture is low, so the weighted average is a little bit low. Agriculture as well is, agricultural export is a major source of hard currency in most African countries. Maybe one of the most important issues or aspects about agriculture in Africa is contribute about 57 employment in Africa. It's the single major employer in Africa. For every year it contributes, or it attracts 37% of the new entrants. We're talking about 18 million youth coming to the job market every year. Around 8 million or 7 million goes to agriculture. Growth in agriculture is very much important. It has been well documented that you spend $1 in investment in agriculture, the impact on poverty is 3 times as you spend this dollar in any other activity, you name it. One of the most important things about agriculture in Africa, the potential is huge for Africa to turn into a global food powerhouse. Africa still have 60% of land in Africa, in the whole world. Those are not cultivated. Those are spanned over 5 agroecological zones where you can simply cultivate any crops twice a year. The other thing as well that is important about agriculture is there is low agricultural productivity. But if you look at it from the angle of the half full cup, this provides a huge potential for growth. Imagine, I mean, if you take the case of maize, for example, we're talking about the yield in Africa is almost 30% of the average world yield. So increasing 50%, only 50 and 50% of this yield could turn Africa into a major global exporter of maize. One of now we're talking about the biomass and the energy status in Africa in general. I would like you to consider this the most important figure, which is while Africa has 20% of the total world land mass, it accommodates only 16% of the world's population, but produce only 7% of the world's energy production. This is really not accepted. Very much related is 80% of population in Africa, excluding North Africa, rely on biomass and residential energy, and consume 30% of global annual fuel wood, while only those population represent 28% of the global population in traditional use of biomass. And this is expected to get worse by days. If you look at energy demand in Africa, it's going to be increased all the way to 1,000 in 2030. This will have serious implications for energy security. And even it doesn't take into account the development needs. On average now, 35% in Africa of African population do not have access to electricity. Totally unacceptable figure. It's the issue is even made much worse because the current consumption of traditional biomass contribute 56% of total final energy consumption in Africa. And this figure is expected to increase all the way to 319 in 2030. It's the impact of this is enormous. We're talking about Africa can't reach the potential economic growth that is expected. The Africa that we want, the slogan of the African Union, can't be achieved if we continue into this trend of energy use. The greater there is deforestation that is taking place in Central Africa and West Africa, that irreversible. The world, we are getting into wood food crisis. I don't know how wood fuel is going to be secured from now on. And because this had impact on poverty, on failure to meet SDGs, and in addition to severe human health impacts. So, but if you look at the positive side of it, there's a number of countries that have been achieving very good, making progress, but this is not enough. The situation is deteriorated. We're talking about the next 20, 30 years is going to be an African ones, but because we're talking about most of those people who do not have access to electricity or do not have access to clean cooking is going to be 90% of those going to be residing in African continent. Again, would like to echo what Her Excellency has indicated earlier today, and Mr. William, that this is totally not accepted, and we can't continue on business as usual. Now, going to the African food chains, how is it? Food systems in Africa is dominated by subsistence in general up to this moment. So, which means farmers are producing enough food for them to feed themselves and a little bit to sell in the village market. That's it. And of course, this has implication on the technology input and investment levels. And the problem is you cannot really change the situation because of the poor rural infrastructure, because of the limited capacity in terms of know-how, because of the limited use of agricultural inputs and farm management practices. This is a little bit surprising because Africa as a whole is very much abundant in energy resources. But if you look at the consumption of energy in the agricultural sector is very low. And this explains the underperformance of the agricultural sector in Africa. This is why it's not wonder that poverty is very much pervasive in rural Africa. And this is why Africa is the region with the most presence of poverty worldwide. We're talking about there's 40% of the population in Africa live below $1.90 a day. African food system have failed to be honest with you, have failed the continent in terms of export diversification, supply side constraints. It's in terms of food security. In Africa, there's 256 people who go to bed every day without food. I mean, this is a big sign of how the agriculture sector have failed Africans. Land degradation, it's a big issue, and I'm very much happy about the last two presentations. 60% of land, agricultural land in Africa is degraded because of lack of chemicals, lack of use of energy in agriculture. Now going to the impact, what bioenergy can do? Bioenergy can do a lot of agriculture in Africa. It can open up new domestic market, produce exports, reduce poverty, enhance rural economic transformation. All of this could be provided. And the most important, it can create broad-based development. In specific, it can create employment generation. Let me give you this example. In South Africa, where they have instituted a 2% ethanol blend based on locally produced and processed feedstock. You know what the impact is? There's 25,000 newly job created. Unemployment was reduced by 0.6%, and the economic growth was enhanced by 0.5%. Very positive, and even in smaller economics, the impact would be even much sounder than this one. Bioenergy can contribute to modernize the agricultural sector. If we're talking about powered motorized agricultural equipment, water, pumps, tracks, cultivators, processors, all of this, they need energy, and biofuel stands to be a very good source for this. The most important thing, and we were celebrating the Women's Day a couple of days ago, it's, on average, women spend 80 hours in some parts of Africa to collect firewood. If you have this bioenergy, they want to spend those 8 hours a day. They will give more importance to their contributions to agriculture and reducing the gender productivity gap in agriculture, which is around 30%. And they will give more attention to the home, which is going to be reflected in a better citizen, African citizen. Agriculture as well has the potential to provide new sources of incomes and broaden access to new technology, contributing to improved livelihoods. But the most important thing is, if you take it from the angle of food security value chain, energy could empower all the chains, not only at production level, but distribute and process it and trade. This is very much important if we're talking about food system advancement for this year. The importance of development of agroforestry cannot be overstated, because you are going, if you turn it into modern bioenergy, you're not going to be exhausting the forests. It has a very important role as well to create strong backward, forward, and lateral linkages development. If you give the chance to small farmers to produce biofuel feedstocks, improving market access is one of the most important things as well. But to me, one of the most important things that bioenergy will provide is to create broad-based development and create a multiplier effects. So if you spend $1 on bioenergy development in Africa, the effects is going to be, in my own humble expectation, is going to be more than the dollar that you spent it. Now we will conclude with the policy options. We have two categories of policy options. The first one is at continental level. The landscape, the policy landscape in agriculture and bioenergy is very much unique in Africa. This is why we needed to harmonize national policies, regulatory framework. If we want to have economics of scale, the rules that apply to bioenergy in one country should be the same, or should be harmonized with the rules of neighboring countries. We need as well to foster the adoption of the Africa policy framework and guidelines for the sustainable development of bioenergy. This is something that Her Excellency Amani has mentioned earlier today, and this is that we are proud as ECE and African Union Commission. We have jointly produced this one. It has been endorsed by the summit. It has to be fostered, it has to be implemented. And there is need to strengthen regional integration to create economies of scale. And finally, there is need to ensure the priority of food and feed and protection of forest, soil, water, if we are to develop sustainable bioenergy. At the national level, there is we needed to increase the competitiveness of bioenergy. We have seen in the very first presentation of today that still bioenergy is quite costly, relatively, as compared to other sources. So we need to enhance the competitiveness of the whole value chain. We need as well to accelerate the adaptation of second-generation technologies. This is very much important, not to avoid any impacts or unneeded impacts on environment or food security, but as well because it's direct environmental and sequestering CO2. One other thing that I learned through the process of policy development is the process of policy development is even much important as the policy itself. This is why we have to be very much considerate as when it comes to assessing to the process itself, including assessing the global and digital dynamics and define the needs of society concerns and all of those issues. One very last recommendation is we keep talking about that we needed to advance modern technology or modern bioenergy, but how are we going to do it without supporting policy framework? So you need a set, and this is most likely the previous speaker from Nigeria has alluded to, but we're talking about here need to set national targets for biofuel, use of financial incentives to support biofuel, trade policy, it has to be supporting one, invest in investments, R&D is very much important, but we need to do it at a continental level to provide economies of scale. With this, I would like to thank you so much for your time and yes, welcome any question. Thank you much, Lisa. Back to you. Thank you.
Ooh, thanks so much, Medet, Mr. Medet. I enjoyed listening to you. It's almost like you want me to jump out of my chair and go to the farm and do something. I hope participants, you are listening and absorbing this. For me, it's like Medet is spreading some seed and it has to fall onto fertile soil so that we produce something. Thank you so much. You touched on policy, which you closed with. I like very much your warning. Africa is in the route of unsustainability, which we should be scared of. If we look at the figures you provided and where we are going with our unsustainable agriculture and so on, and unsustainable use of firewood, I think we have to be very, very careful and now move more towards implementations. Thank you so much. Allow me to move to the next speaker because time is not on our side. I want to call upon Mr. Faran Nakoda, Project Director from Uganda, who is talking about cogeneration. I like the linkages. Now I think we're getting back into the field. Over to you, Mr. Faran. Please unmute. Thank you. Yeah, we can see you. If you can unmute yourself.
Sorry, I was on mute, so that was my challenge. And I have to share my screen, which will be...
Am I right? Okay. Sorry, I introduced you like Mr. Number 5. But since you have already, now I've got 2 presenters coming in. What's happening here? Okay, go ahead, please.
This is Farhan. I'm talking to you from Uganda. Briefly, I'm projects director for Kakira Sugar, which is Uganda's largest sugar company. And I'm going to talk more about the practical achievements in biofuels that we have done as compared to all the policy initiatives that have been talked about earlier. Oops, the page down. Sorry. Let me see if this works. No. Yeah, okay. So if I describe our business, it's 90 years old. So it started in 1930 in Uganda. We have our own farm, which is 14,800 hectares. We take cane from 9,500 farmers who have another 25,000 hectares. So you're seeing the direct agricultural input there. We have a sugar factory, which takes 7,500 tons of cane per day. We produce sugar, but we also, from that, the fiber left from sugar, we produce power, which is 51 megawatts, and we sell 32 megawatts to the grid. And we also have an ethanol plant, which does 22 million liters, either of extra neutral ethanol or anhydrous ethanol, which can be used for fuel blending. We ourselves employ over 10,600 persons, and we provide a livelihood for over 200,000 individuals. So that gives you the background. I'll talk specifically about cogeneration. And this is And industry, because we're already producing the sugar, which is a food product, there's no food versus fuel conflict in this business. To start, because people may not know what cogeneration is, I'll quickly run through the process. It's not going to be technical, but to give you an overview. So we start with sugarcane, we crush it, we get juice from the juice, sugar and molasses, but you're left behind with the fiber, which is bagasse. That bagasse you can burn in a boiler. That boiler generates steam. You run that steam through a turbine that it generates electricity. And it generates low pressure steam. Now the sugar industry needs low pressure steam, so you use that low pressure steam in the process of producing sugar itself. You produce electricity with which you run your entire factory, and then you have surplus, which you use for your infrastructure, that's the homes that you have, and you give power to the grid. So in a nutshell, that's it. But it looks simple, but it's not quite not quite as easy as it seems. This is the bagasse that we generate. Now, if you crush 7,000 tons of cane per day, you have 40% of that is bagasse. So it's 3,000 tons of bagasse you generate per day. You have to then dispose of it in a truck, which is a cost to you. Instead, you can, okay, let me take you back a little in time. In 1997, we did cogeneration, but we had low pressure boilers and we did only 4.5 megawatts. These are the small boilers that we had. We then invested in new boilers, in 2007, and that's the boiler that I'm talking about. Now that's a building that's 10 stories tall. So to give you the size of the project that is there, that's the completed building. And then you have to install bagasse conveyors to take the fuel in, and then you have to have steam pipes to take the pipes to the turbine. In 2013, we invested in a bigger plant, which is 110 tons per hour at a higher pressure. The two key factors are the pressure at which you generate the steam. We have a single boiler now as compared to 2 old boilers. We have, therefore, 3 sets of boilers and a powerhouse which has 2 turbines in it. This is, in addition, we have to have a bagasse handling shed to store that bagasse when you stop producing the sugar. At least you can use this bagasse. But this shed, which cost about $1 million, stores bagasse only for 4 days. So it's not a large storage. It's only for short-term breakdowns in the plant that you can use this bagasse. That's the first turbine we bought, 21 megawatts. It generates power at 11 kV. That's the second turbine we bought, which is 30 megawatts, which also generates power at 11 kV. And this is the proof of the pudding. It's fully controlled digitally. On this day, we generated 43 megawatts and supplied 32.9 to the grid. But it's high technology. You have to have people to maintain the systems, and there are electronic controls so that any breakdowns in the system, you can automatically rectify through a control room. That's a switch yard which you use to deliver the power to the national grid. We generate at 11 kV. To the grid, you have to step it up to 33 kV. Now, how much does this cost? When I did the project in 2013-14, the cogen itself cost me $51 million. When I did the project in 2007, the cost was $25 million. Of course, this is a larger project, but there's also a cost escalation. Now, when we do the ideally implementing a cogeneration project is done when you do an expansion, because every sugar factory already has a boiler. So it's when you're replacing an old boiler, and these boilers have a long life, 30 to 50 years. So it's when you're replacing a boiler, when you're expanding the factory or you're expanding your agriculture, that's when you can undertake. So this last project cost me $73 million in total. But this is the result. As I said earlier, in 2000, I was doing about 4 megawatts, no supply to the grid. By 2005, I'd increased to 5.5, but no supply to the grid. By 2009-10, I was doing 22 megawatts and supplying 12 megawatts to the grid. And from 14-15, the plant is generating 50 megawatts and supplies 32 megawatts to the grid. So it's a significant investment, but it's a significant contribution to the power supply of the country. What are the other benefits? Once you start generating your own power, you don't rely on the grid. You save costs because you're generating for yourself. Grid power is normally quite expensive. Earlier, you used to spend money on disposing of the bagasse. A waste product now is adding value, so you've saved the cost of disposal. And then you've got reliability and quality, which is very important for any industry. If you have grids with fluctuating voltage or uninterrupted supply, you've got production losses. All of that comes within your control. And then finally, you've got the CSR and SDG goals, which every good corporate has. You're using a renewable bioenergy. You're generating it from a waste biomass product. You're reducing carbon emissions. And you've got an impact on reduced global warming and climate change. So that's how the whole plant looks about a few years ago. Some things have modernized, but you can see both the bagasse shed, the new boiler, the powerhouse, and the old boilers. Some lessons learned. It's essentially what other people have said is you need enabling policy. Your Ministry of Energy has to be committed to diversifying sources of power. They also have to recognize that bioenergy or cogeneration projects are very different from large hydro or thermal projects. You cannot switch on and switch off a bioenergy project. The core business is sugar. So we can't just switch it on and off. Also, the government must appreciate that a number of smaller projects can make as much significant contribution as a larger project. Most governments tend to say, okay, I'll do a 500 megawatt project. Why should I worry about a 30 megawatt project? But if you add 5 30 megawatt projects, you got 150 megawatts. Then you need a power purchase agreement, which the ministry has to agree on. And ideally, what the government of Uganda has done is they developed a standardized power purchase agreement, so it becomes easy for a developer to accept. They have a tariff that is set by the government. And then there's a take or pay basis because you made all this investment and you want a guaranteed purchase. And that's the take or pay basis of the contract. Finally, they have what they call a feed-in tariff, so that if you've got a renewable energy project less than 20 megawatts, the government tells you this is the tariff we'll pay you. If it makes sense to you, that's fine. If it doesn't, no problem. But they don't go into a full cost plus analysis, which makes it much easier for an investor to invest. And finally, you have to ensure that there's grid connectivity or an adequate customer base for any RE project. The importance of grid connectivity is that we have two sugar plants in Uganda, or at least one that I know of, and there's one mini hydro. They're ready to go, but the grid isn't ready to accept their power. So whilst we've got a shortage of electricity, you've got a generator available, but because the development of the grid is done by somebody else, and they didn't get their planning done in time, you've got two projects which are unable to deliver power, which is bioenergy, which can be, or renewable energy, which is easily available. Other policy measures, and I'll talk of policy a bit, because there will be people from government listening. We need to move, most countries have a single utility which buys. The law should be amended to allow multiple buyers. So if I want to sell directly to a small user, I can sell it. I don't have to sell it only to the national utility. There must be a concept of what we call wheeling and banking, because my industry runs for 10.5 months of the year. For 1.5 months, I have to buy back power. Now, if I could bank, it's like putting money in a bank. I give the money, electricity to the grid, then when I need it, I have to take it back, and they allow me. But under the current regime, when they buy from me, they buy at one price. When they sell it back to me, they sell it to me at a much higher price. So there's no concept of banking. Also, there's a concept of wheeling, where if I can put electricity to the grid in one point, I can tap out the same electricity at another point. Unfortunately, that is also not allowed yet, but I hope we will move that way. We should move away from least cost dispatch regimes, because most governments say that the cheapest power I'll send first. Whereas you have to recognize that you need a mix of power from different costs. And then that average weighted cost is what's important rather than the least cost. What I told you earlier, national distribution network is required because quick interconnection is important. For the UN people, the CDM methodology, if it still exists, needs to be simplified because I signed an ERPA with the World Bank, I think 7 years ago, and I terminated it because the methodology was too complicated. Plus the government wanted to tax my CDM sales revenue, which was not, which made no sense to me at all.
Mr. Nakoda.
Yes, sir.
Allow me to intervene. Your time is up.
I have 2 more slides, so I will wind up. So, okay, this is more on policies, and I can skip this one. And this is also on policies. So, but the lady before me mentioned the Get Fit project in Southern Africa, and I just wanted to give credit to Get Fit, who have also done a project in Uganda, and they've provided us tariff support. So there are incentives available for supporting renewable energy. I think that's what I have to say, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for giving me a few minutes more. And I've left my contacts to share. If anybody wants information, I'm happy to share it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, time is not on our side. That's why we have now to intervene. I am looking at the time and we are running out of time for our 20 minutes because I think we have overloaded our presentations, and presentations always go up beyond 10 minutes. We still have 2 presentations, which are both very exciting. I'm asking my colleagues if you could stick to the very important aspects. It's very unfortunate that we lost a bit of time in the beginning. I would like to call upon Mr. Strokes. And please, if you can come in and if you can reduce to half your time, I would be very grateful. I know you can squeeze. Thank you very much.
Good morning, and let's see if I can share my screen here. Do you see this screen?
Yes, very clearly.
Oh, okay, thank you. So we're looking here at the Metahara distillery in Ethiopia, one of 2 currently operating sugar factory distilleries in Ethiopia. Project Gaia is a nonprofit organization that focuses mostly on the alcohol fuels as an alternative source of fuel-based energy in the developing world. And we've been working in Africa since about 2001. We really focus on ethanol for cooking, but of course, we're also interested in ethanol fuel uses for transportation and other applications. One of the reasons we focus on cooking is because it's what we call the low-hanging fruit. Ethanol for cooking is technically simple and straightforward, easier than fuel blending. It provides a lucrative market for producers. It's a scalable market that can build to a very, very large market. Once established, it's a very dependable market for producers. It usually involves import substitution, displacement of importation of kerosene, LPG, or other fuels, and it provides very high social dividends. One reason it is critical to really look at ethanol for cooking is because the improved biomass stoves have largely failed to deliver the promised results. Really, we've spent 20 years on these improved biomass stoves with very, very poor returns. I'm not going to go deeply into the next few slides because I hope that listeners will return to this PowerPoint and take a look at the content. but there are many dividends for consumers. Ethanol is a clean fuel. The cook stoves are extremely safe. You can turn the stove on and off in a second. You can regulate the power output. It's a modern stove, just like an LPG stove. And for the producer, there are many great dividends. A well-paying market, the fact that the market is huge and scalable, that it gives you important diversification away from extra neutral alcohol and other ethanol products, and the fact that it's a supplier's market, a market that really supports the supplier. I would just say that the alcohol fuels are remarkable fuels because they contain oxygen within the molecule. This means they burn very cleanly and very easily. They reduce or eliminate black carbon. This is a snapshot of New Delhi. Some of the heavy pollution you see in New Delhi is caused by agricultural burning and by cook stove air pollution. And of course, we know the harm that black soot causes to our health and to our environment, and as a contributor to global climate change. Here's a snapshot taken in Addis Ababa. Every morning and every evening, the city fills up with wood smoke from cooking fires. Now, Ethiopia is on an ambitious sugar and ethanol scale up. The potential is for almost 350 million liters of annual ethanol production, 250 megawatts of excess power to the grid, and becoming a sugar exporter, a net exporter of sugar. The supply chain for ethanol, it's very simple and very straightforward and frankly, very safe. In Ethiopia, we have an excellent stove manufacturer who is producing an ethanol stove in Ethiopia today. We have a CDM and gold standard carbon finance program, which allows the cook stove to be financed. Gaia Clean Energy, which is our affiliate in Ethiopia, has done a comprehensive study on how to scale up ethanol fuels in Ethiopia. And this is a document which is available for use. It's really a comprehensive guidepost for scaling up ethanol in Ethiopia. One of the things we are trying to promote are micro distilleries, fairly small distilleries at smaller than 5,000 liters per day, as you know, as an addition to the very fine large-scale distilleries, such as we saw with the Kakira presentation. Here's a small distillery that we opened up in Addis Ababa in 2015. This is a 1,000 liter per day distillery, which is run by women. Here you see the women involved in producing ethanol. We're working on a new project in Ethiopia, which would produce ethanol from beans, excess beans that cannot be exported because they don't reach the level of quality necessary for export. And this is an interesting project because it is designed to produce concentrated protein for human consumption, ethanol for stove fuel, and animal feed. So it has three high value products related to it. And it's already got a great investor from Canada, as well as the Ethiopian investor, and we're looking for additional investors for this product, or this project. Now, one of the things that Project Gaia does, we do financial planning and financial advisement for these projects. We've developed a sophisticated Excel spreadsheet that takes in all costs and produces financial reports so that you can determine your profitability on the project. And we're happy to share this know-how with any project developer. So that's a quick and abbreviated presentation, and I hope people will return to the PowerPoint and take a closer look. And thank you, Mr. Moderator. I've come in 2 minutes under my time.
Thank you so much. I think you have really respected our pressure. We are behind, but your presentation, as all we have heard, it's going to be shared, and you can still share your views on it. As we are going to run out of time for discussions, I will also ask the panelists to look at the chats, and I see that some of you have already started. Answer to the questions within the chats so that we don't have to lose some of these questions. Allow me to call now the last but not least, Our Lady Esther Nyanzi from Uganda, to give us a presentation on increasing food security through bioenergy plants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator. Sharing.
Be also short and to the point, please, because we are already eating into someone's time.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning and good afternoon once again to our dear participants and the different excellencies in their capacity. My name is Esther Nyanzi from UNRIA. UNRIA, we are a private institution that brings on board private sector players within the renewable energy and energy efficiency. So our role as a coalition is to coordinate private sector-led initiatives to contribute to last mile distribution and also continue to promote renewable energy and energy efficient solutions. We are talking about increasing food security through energy efficient, through bioenergy plants. And here I tackled this question looking at the demand of energy and how it's still unmet and how this is contributing to the food security. We see that energy supports in the agro-processing. If we are to have more food on the table, it's contributing to the cold storage chains. That is in order to address issues to do with food preservation, cooling, like milk cooling. Also in the area of processing, we've seen how the different renewable energy technologies are supporting in the area of irrigation, in the area of post-harvest and the different value chains. However, we've noticed that the unmet needs continue to lead to the increase in the food insecurity, which does not only affect the availability of food and stability, but it also goes on to affect our children, especially the area of malnutrition. So they need to think through bioenergy, since we all agree that this demand exists. And looking at the production of bioenergy here, we are saying that yes, through the different experiences we've been able to go through, it shows that it can support and boost the economic development through improving the agric management. Our overall energy demand also continues. However, I would like to appreciate the different speakers that have been able to really show us or highlight the different areas of why energy demand is still important to us. So I will not zero down so much on that in the interest of time. However, allow me mention that we still have this demand increasing at a rate of 4% annually, and due to the increase in population growth across Africa, if we do not come up with different solutions, then there is gonna be increased demand of wood fuel. The wood fuel, when we more food, there is need that this food, the different production of food, there is need that we also cater for how the food will be utilized, because at the end of the day, we all eat food in order to stay alive. So what is that keeps supporting to bring the food on the table? If that has not been addressed, then we'll still have challenges. Yeah. We recognize that, yes, when we start talking about different bioenergy plants, we are saying we will support growth of the different bioenergy plants, but how about the energy needs? The energy needs will come in using the waste of the different foods that are contributing to energy. So here we are looking at the agricultural residues, and I'm saying that most of them used in the efficiency technology can lead to increased production of energy and also decrease on the deforestation or the natural degradation of the environment. Here, we are talking about clean cooking. Like we said, after farming and have our harvest, if we do not continue to address issues to do with clean cooking, we continue to see that this is leading to health issues. So we are not only going to focus on increasing food security, making it available. However, if we do not address the access of this clean energy and how it's going to contribute to the different value chains of food security, then we will still have a gap. And on my side as a woman, we see that this is continuing to affect entirely women and their children. Here we can see in the last image how the mother is trying to cook food, but with a child besides. So we are saying that, yes, there is no way we are going to separate energy from food security, because these move hand in hand. And here in the image above, we are trying to show that the residues which would generate alternative energy due to lack of information or awareness out there, some of it is wasted and burnt, and not knowing that this can contribute and make like briquettes, which would help in addressing issues to clean cooking and also support in this value chain. So we are saying, or what I'm trying to bring on board is farmers repeatedly, they throw away some of the different wastes which would contribute to producing clean energy. And here we are talking about also having a contribution to the household income, not only income coming from the sale of agricultural produce, but also from the wastes that would support them. Why talk about bioenergy? The different speakers have summarized it, but here we are saying that it's clean, affordable, reduces emissions, social empowerment, especially to the side of the family and more so women. Then also, it's affordable, something that they can be able to deal with. Here, how can we increase food security together with addressing issues to do with clean energy? We talked about Sustainable Development Goal 7, which we are trying to contribute to ensure that we have reliable and sustainable energy by the year 2030. But unless we come up with better solutions, then we will still have one side balancing and leaving out the other side. So vital aspects of sustainable energy or sustainable development are directly linked to both food security and also access to clean energy. Here, I'm trying to share with you how we've been able to continue support the different communities throughout our work on how to increase food security through using of bioenergy plants. I would say that if you see that an example of brown nuts, we are looking at the pea nut shell. After the brown nuts have been removed, these peanut shells can be used to contribute to briquettes, which can be used as an alternative clean source of energy. So going back to the different Africa bioenergy agenda, what has been prioritized, we see that there is more need to promote and adopt innovation technologies, which on our side through the partnership of East African Renewable Energy Partnerships with the different African states we are trying to do, and also linking the different producers to where opportunities are. Another way of how this can be addressed, we are going back to sharing the biomass-based value web approach. And in this figure, you can see that one opportunity leads to another. So here we are trying to show the different actors within these two sectors, both the agriculture sector and the energy sector, the renewable energy subsector, that in order to enhance the different value chains, then we need to use the available resources to contribute to this. We can see here use of cassava peels in the production and how it's contributing to the production of biogas, and also the different, for example, like rice husks, how they can be able to contribute to pellets. Then also advancing or increasing more awareness in the agroforestry approach. If they different actors can continue to embrace that approach, then we see that, for example, in the plantation of bamboos can be used in the production of energy, but we can see that also the livestock can be able to eat the leaves or feed on the leaves. So through this value chain, we see that different sectors are being supported, and it's not only focusing on one solution, but bringing the different value chains together. To summarize, under the experience, like I said, of the ERF, it's a partnership that is bringing on board Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, and Tanzania. So as areas, these are the National Renewable Energy Associations or umbrella bodies. We tend to implement similar projects and share knowledge, so that what has worked in one country, can it be able to be implemented in another, and can we be able to share the expertise here and there, and we've seen that work. We've also tried to raise awareness through behavior change campaigns, and also trying to support more women come on the front, because we know that the women, we will find more women in the agricultural sector. So we need also to see that there is an increase in the number of women that are also coming to the front, especially within the energy sector. So what are the opportunities we are seeing here? We will continue to advocate for policies that support both the agroforestry approach, especially if we are to increase the food security through the bioenergy plants. Then there is also need for continuous addressing issues to do with financing, because most of the time, the area of biomass and bioenergy is neglected, and most of the financing usually goes to the solar sectors, to the hydropower sectors, and yet we have almost a biggest percentage of 80 or 90% of the population within Africa depending on biomass. So there's need to have that addressed. Then when we talk about productivity, yes.
This is moderator, please, can you round up? You are going already beyond your 10 minutes, and we had asked you
I'm
to
having
try
only one slide remaining.
Please.
Only one slide.
There are 20 minutes
and
over. Please do that.
Yes, this was my last slide, Mr. Moderator, to try and say that together we can save the planet if we focus on the different linkages that contribute to increasing food security through bioenergy. Thank you so much. Over to you, Moderator.
My apologies, especially to Esther, because I think we put you so much under pressure. You had a very wonderful presentation, which is more on the ground. And I liked your linkages to other countries to come up with a bigger scope of what you are doing, not only in one country. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the presenters and apologize for going over bounds in terms of time. The reason being, I think 7 presenters, we gave you 5 minutes each, which was supposed to be 20. And most of you went to 12 minutes, which makes it already 12 minutes, 84 minutes. And there's no way we can have packed all these good presentations in 70 minutes and then go for our discussions. So I would like to encourage that we don't go into discussions. I've already asked you to look at questions. I looked at the questions. Some of you have answered, and I will encourage you to continue to answer these questions, because I don't think the organizers will allow us to go further than now. We are already 20 minutes above our limit, and I know that there are also sessions coming who are waiting to join. So I want to thank everyone, and I want to give it back to our host. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zana, for your moderating role. It's always a hard role to keep such good and extremely interesting presentations within the time allocated in the agenda. But I'm sure that speakers will be able, as you rightly pointed out, will be able to respond to questions directly on the chat. So my sincere thanks to you, Mr. Zana, and to the panelists. So a round of applause for you. Thank you so much. And I would like to reassure all the participants that all the PowerPoint presentations will be posted on the GBEP website as soon as the event will be over. So now going to the next session will be focused on bioenergy reporting and statistics in Africa. We've touched upon this issue a few times this morning. The session is moderated by Mr. Jean-Yves Garnier from the International Energy Expert from France. Before giving the floor to Mr. Garnier, allow me to launch
I want to use it to call my boss from the
I invite participants to mute their microphone. So launch the new poll, live poll. You see on the screen the question: where do you see the largest lots of data and data quality issues related to bioenergy in Africa? It's a multiple choice question, so you can choose even more than one of these replies. The replies are on sectoral, households, industry, other, traditional bioenergy consumption, or on sectoral, modern bioenergy consumption, or on traditional bioenergy resources, or on modern bioenergy resources, on the impact of bioenergy consumption on potential desertification, or on the impact of bioenergy consumption, mainly cooking from fuel wood and charcoal, on health, with death and respiratory diseases, or there's no lack of data. So the last two are no data quality issues or other. So if you scroll down, you see also there are other potential replies. I'm giving you another few seconds to vote. And as such, also the replies will also be an opportunity for Mr. Garnier also to get a sense of the experience and expertise of participants regarding the thematic area of this next session. Okay, slowly I see people voting. Another couple of seconds. Right, I guess for sake of time, we could close the vote, and we see that 70% of the participants have selected that the largest lack of data and data quality issues related to bioenergy in Africa is related to sectoral traditional bioenergy consumption, followed by sectoral modern bioenergy consumption issues. And at the same time, also on the impact of bioenergy consumption on health is another important point which has been highlighted by participants. So with this, I would like to stop the live poll, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Garnier to moderate the session. Of course, it goes without saying, unfortunately, we are a little bit beyond the schedule, so I would plead the moderator and the speakers to keep their time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead, indeed.
Okay, thank you, Maria Michaela. Well, first of all, I mean, just one word on what we have seen on the screen. No surprise to say that there was no lack of data. 0% of the people, okay, I've mentioned there was, so there is obviously a big lack of data. Before starting, I would like to thank you and to thank all the organizers for having including statistics on the agenda. Usually statistics is a very low priority. Also, it's a major part of a problem. And I'm very pleased that to have one session on statistics. I would like also to thank Afrek, Rashid, and Abdullah for having invited me to moderate this session. Okay, this session is, the title of the session is Bioenergy Reporting and Statistics in Africa. Well, I am a former statistician and energy statistician, and in fact, for us in energy statistics, the words bioenergy statistic does not apply. You have biofuels, but you don't have bioenergy. There was a lot of discussion between international organizations working on energy statistics, UNSD, IEA, ARENA, FAO, AFREC, and others, and we came with the word biofuel. So you have solid biofuels, you have liquid biofuels, and you have biogases, but you don't have such words as bioenergy. So I think there is a need for international organizations to reconsider it and maybe to include it into their definitions. And because I talk about that, I can add also the word modern bioenergy. When I was asked to moderate this session, I saw that there will be a lot of discussions on modern bioenergy. So I tried to surf on the web. I could not find any definitions on modern bioenergy. So once again, I think there is a need to specify what exactly is including on modern bioenergy. This morning, we heard the director of AFREC and several speakers mentioning that more than half of the energy consumptions in Africa come from bioenergy, biofuels, whatever, bioenergy. I will use the word bioenergy. But is it 50%? Is it 55%? Is it 60%? Well, for some countries, it's 90%, 95%. But just for Africa, it's very difficult to know, because if you go to the IEA, if you go to AFREC, if you go to UNSD, well, you will find different values shared for that. And I take one example, one very, very good example. I mean, when I read the concept note for this workshop, it is said that bioenergy consumptions in Africa represented almost 210 MTOE, million ton of oil equivalent in 2017. In fact, well, keep these figures, 210. In fact, when you go to Africa, the energy balance of Africa, very good publication, by the way, you will see that it's 330 MTOE. If you go to the IEA, it's 306 MTOE. And I can go on and on and on. So the gap between what's said in the concept note, 210, and what is in Africa balance, 330, is more than 40%. Well, this is an enormous gap, but that's the problem of biofuel statistics, because most of the numbers are estimated. They are estimated, and with Africa, we conducted last year a survey to all African countries to know how they collect the data they transmit, they pass to Africa every year for their energy balance. Well, we were very surprised to see that 50% of the countries base their data they send on estimations based on survey, which are more than 10 years old survey. This is just for the consumption. And now if you look at the availability of resources, well, it's only a quarter, 25% of the countries who have studies or surveys on the availability of resources of bioenergy in the country. So there is no surprise that all the numbers that we can hear are purely vastly estimated. Now, what information to get from the people, from the countries? Well, we heard this morning Dr. Abdallah, saying that, well, we need to know who produced what, who transformed what, who sells what, who consumes what, who trades what. But that's not enough. There is much more to know. Well, we need to know the breakdown of the consumption between sector and by end uses. We need to know the percentage of households having improved clean stores with or without chimney, for instance. We need to know the efficiency of the production of charcoal. We need to know the number of people working on fuel wood and charcoal. We need to know the share of this sector into GDP. And I would say we surely need to know the number of people dying every year from poor air quality. And we need also to know the deforestation rate due to the overconsumption of fuel wood in the country. Well, I speak a lot, but it was just to introduce the topic. I think it's now better to hear from 4 countries what are their experience with data reporting and the bioenergy situation in their countries. The 4 countries will be successively Togo, Uganda, Democratic Republic of Congo, and the Kingdom of Eswatini. I would like to thank the 4 speakers because they worked very hard, to match a kind of questionnaires that AFREC prepared and passed to them to be sure that they will answer the proper questions that we would like them to answer. Before I pass the floor to the first speaker, 2 recommendations, same as always. For the speakers, try to stick with the 12 minutes, which have been allocated to each of them. And for you, for all the people who are present and listen, please send your questions and your comment during the discussion. So after having said that, I pass the floor to the first speaker. The first speaker is Mr. Bati Tiaja Bangbe from Togo. He's in charge of the information system and reglementation in the General Direction of Energy in the ministry delegate next to the President of Republic in charge of energy and mines. A special thanks to Mr. Bangbe because it was not him initially who should have been presented, it was Senegal. but last week we heard that the speaker of Senegal was seriously ill, and within 1 week, Mr. Gbap volunteered to take over and to make a presentation regarding Togo. So, Mr. Gbap, c'est à vous.
Bonjour Jean-Yves, bonjour à tout le monde. Merci, je vais partager mon écran. Je crois que c'est bon. Voilà. Voilà, j'espère que tout le monde me voit. Du moins, mon écran. Merci. Donc, comme vous l'avez dit, je suis M. Gbap. Je suis au ministère de l'Énergie du Togo, à la Direction générale de l'énergie, et je suis chargé du système d'information et de la réglementation. Alors, dans cette présentation, nous allons voir très rapidement quelques chiffres clés, et après cela, nous allons voir un peu la consommation de bioénergie au Togo, balayer un peu le secteur de bioénergie au Togo, et voir un peu comment se fait l'estimation de la consommation au niveau de notre bilan énergétique, et voir aussi l'utilisation des foyers améliorés. Donc, nous terminerons par un tour sur la disponibilité de la ressource, les bilans offres et demandes de bioénergie, et enfin les difficultés que nous rencontrons. Alors, voilà, les quelques chiffres que nous voulons très rapidement présenter, c'est que la bioénergie représente 76% du bilan énergétique du Togo, avec une consommation dans le résidentiel qui est jusqu'à plus de 95%. Alors, dans cette consommation, nous avons 27,8% des ménages urbains qui utilisent le bois comme combustible de cuisson en majorité. Vous avez 87%, 87,6% de la population en milieu rural qui utilise le bois. Et quant au charbon de bois, nous avons 90,5% en milieu urbain, des ménages en milieu urbain et 50,67% des ménages en milieu rural. Alors, la bioénergie traditionnelle reste aujourd'hui la principale source d'énergie accessible physiquement et financièrement pour les ménages et les catégories socio-professionnelles. C'est essentiellement le bois de feu, le charbon de bois et les déchets végétaux. Donc, nous avons là un peu quelques graphiques issus de notre bilan énergétique. Le dernier en date qui est celui de 2018. Alors, le secteur du bois énergie joue un rôle important dans l'économie nationale au Togo. Il contribue à environ 5% du PIB, donc avec 20% pour le bois de feu et 80% pour la filière charbon de bois. Ce secteur crée également des emplois, donc dont 655 000 pour le bois de feu et 206 000 pour ceux du charbon de bois. Alors, cependant, plus de 90% des activités du secteur proviennent du secteur informel. En ce qui concerne l'estimation de la consommation de bioénergie dans le cadre de nos statistiques énergétiques, il y avait eu une étude sur la consommation de combustible domestique au Togo en 2007 et qui a permis d'établir donc la consommation par habitant et par an. C'est sur ces coefficients que nous appliquons sur la population afin de déterminer la consommation totale dans le cadre du bilan énergétique. Alors, quelle est la méthodologie utilisée dans le cadre de cette enquête? D'abord, les outils de collecte, il y avait des questionnaires, des guides d'entretien et des grilles d'observation. Donc, au total, 2500 ménages répartis sur les 5 régions économiques du pays ont été touchés par cette étude, en tenant compte aussi du milieu urbain et rural. Nous avons aussi pris en compte le niveau de vie, de même que le type d'habitation des ménages. Alors, le déroulement de l'enquête, en fait, il a fallu suivre ces ménages sélectionnés donc, au cours de 3 jours, donc avec une pesée le matin de toute la quantité de bois ou bien de charbon de bois à utiliser, et on revenait le soir peser le restant. Donc, ça permet de déterminer la quantité consommée au cours de la journée. Et nous avons également fait 2 passages donc, pour prendre en compte l'aspect saisonnier. Alors, cette étude, je le disais tantôt, a été réalisée en 2007. Et cette année, nous avons entrepris une nouvelle étude pour actualiser ces données-là. Donc, l'étude de cette année est en cours. Les outils d'enquête ont été validés la semaine dernière. C'est l'Institut national des statistiques, INSED, qui est en charge de cette enquête. Et très rapidement, très bientôt, ils vont déployer les enquêteurs sur le terrain. Les résultats sont attendus d'ici septembre à octobre pour balayer toute l'étendue du territoire et en même temps prendre en compte les deux saisons que nous avons, à savoir les saisons pluvieuses et saisons sèches. Alors, quels sont les résultats ici donc, de l'enquête que nous avions menée en 2007, que nous utilisons et que nous allons actualiser bientôt? C'est que nous avons déterminé des coefficients, comme je le disais tantôt, par habitant et par an, que nous appliquons sur la population. Donc, sur le plan national, nous avons 357 kg par habitant et par an pour le bois de chauffe, 97 pour le charbon de bois et 9 pour les déchets végétaux. Nous avons également fait un aperçu sur l'utilisation des foyers améliorés. Donc, il est vraiment intéressant de noter une forte pénétration des foyers améliorés, que ce soit en milieu urbain et en milieu rural. Donc, par exemple, on a plus d'un ménage sur deux cuisinant au bois de feu dans les villes est équipé d'un foyer amélioré. Et donc, on peut voir les chiffres où en milieu urbain, nous avons 52% donc, de foyers améliorés et 25% en milieu rural. Nous avons également un schéma qui nous montre les types de foyers avec les rendements, de même que les prix sur le marché. En ce qui concerne le charbon de bois, 39% donc, de la population urbaine utilise le foyer amélioré, 32,5% en milieu rural également utilisent les foyers améliorés. Il est vrai que si on avait des chiffres qui précèdent 2007, on aurait pu voir comment de plus en plus ces foyers ont fait leur percée parce qu'il y a quelques années, ce n'était pas le cas. Et donc, l'étude actuelle qui va être actualisée nous donnera de nouveaux chiffres et on pourra vraiment montrer comment ça a beaucoup évolué. Donc là aussi, nous avons ces foyers avec leur rendement et de même que les coûts sur le marché. Alors, en ce qui concerne la disponibilité de la ressource, l'inventaire forestier national a établi que la disponibilité par an est estimée à plus de 3 millions de mètres cubes. Et donc, l'étude avait été réalisée en 2016. Et vu le caractère informel et pour les besoins des statistiques énergétiques, lorsque nous appliquons les coefficients que nous avons vus tout à l'heure par tête d'habitant, ça nous permet de déterminer la consommation. Et en même temps, nous avons posé comme hypothèse que la consommation équivaut à la production. Donc, c'est sur cette base que nous faisons notre bilan énergétique. En ce qui concerne la fabrication de charbon de bois, alors, une étude réalisée au niveau de l'Université de Lomé, dans le cadre d'une thèse, a montré que les rendements varient entre 8% et 15% en fonction des essences de bois. Et on a pu déterminer un rendement moyen qui est d'environ 10%. Donc, en ce qui concerne les bioénergies modernes, il existe des expérimentations sur l'utilisation des résidus agricoles, de même que les résidus de charbon de bois pour fabriquer des briquettes et autres. Mais ces expérimentations ne sont pas encore faites à grande échelle. Et donc, nous faisons le suivi de ce qui se fait sur le territoire pour voir comment valoriser ces formes de briquettes qui sont fabriquées ici et là. Selon le ministère de l'Environnement, donc en 2050, la part de l'offre de bois énergie provenant d'une gestion durable des espaces forestiers et des arbres hors forêt ne permettrait que de couvrir 13,6% de la demande nationale. Donc, même avec la mise en œuvre des politiques d'efficacité et de mix énergétique, de gestion durable des forêts de reboisement, le bilan sera toujours déficitaire, comme l'indique le graphique ci-dessous. Alors, quelles sont les difficultés que nous rencontrons au niveau de la collecte? D'abord, l'insuffisance de moyens financiers affectés à la collecte, parce que il faut préciser que la collecte de données au niveau de la biomasse est très onéreuse et très coûteuse. Donc, les moyens financiers ne sont pas toujours au rendez-vous. Et en ce qui concerne la biomasse, on est tellement handicapé par le caractère informel. Donc, ce qui amène à faire recours régulièrement aux enquêtes de terrain, ce qui revient très cher. Alors, en plus de cela, nous avons une absence d'une base de données bien structurée facilitant la collecte des données les années où il n'y a pas d'enquête. Parce que c'est vraiment une difficulté d'utiliser toujours des coefficients comme ça sans avoir d'autres paramètres, d'autres hypothèses pour compléter les informations. Et donc, c'est l'une des difficultés aussi que nous rencontrons dans l'estimation des consommations par habitant et par an. Alors, la principale recommandation, c'est de mettre en place une réelle méthodologie standardisée pour la collecte de données sur la biomasse. Donc, c'est surtout pour les années où il n'y a pas eu de collecte. Quelle est la méthodologie qu'il faut mettre en place pour pouvoir continuer les estimations sans qu'on ait à mettre toujours des coefficients au point d'avoir juste une constante à chaque fois, un accroissement constant de la consommation, de pouvoir voir qu'il y a également des facteurs qui viennent soit pousser la consommation à la hausse, soit à la baisse, afin de pouvoir apprécier vraiment la consommation réelle sur le terrain. Donc voilà très rapidement présenter les statistiques sur la bioénergie au Togo. Je vous remercie.
Merci Kiadja. Enfin, comme je l'ai dit, je te remercie parce que tu as pris au pied levé la présentation du Sénégal et tu as fait une excellente présentation sur le Togo. De ta présentation, je relèverai plusieurs choses. Bon, déjà, la part importante du charbon de bois dans les villes, je vois que 90% pratiquement des ménages utilisent le charbon de bois. Mais je vois aussi, et ça c'est une bonne information, que plus de 50% des ménages utilisent des foyers améliorés. Alors, il faudrait peut-être aussi s'entendre ce qu'on entend exactement par foyer amélioré, parce que d'après les photos qu'il y a dans la présentation, on voit que ce sont des foyers améliorés certainement pour économiser l'énergie, mais il n'y a pas de cheminée, il n'y a pas de système d'évacuation des fumées et le problème sanitaire n'a pas été réglé. Mais est-ce que, bon, c'est des questions qu'il faudrait peut-être parler plus tard, mais est-ce que dans la prochaine enquête, il va y avoir des questions très pertinentes sur le type de foyer qui est utilisé dans les ménages. Et l'autre chose que je relève, c'est le faible rendement de production de charbon de bois. Tu as mentionné entre 8 à 15% en fonction des espèces qui sont utilisées et un rendement moyen de 10%. Et c'est très, très faible. Et c'est d'autant plus faible que la consommation de charbon de bois est en train de galoper dans les villes, puisque de plus en plus de personnes abandonnent le bois pour passer au charbon de bois, et il y a un phénomène d'urbanisation au Togo comme dans beaucoup de pays africains. Et là, il y a peut-être une source d'interrogation. Qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire pour améliorer un peu, pour apprendre aux charbonniers à faire du charbon de bois avec des rendements beaucoup plus efficaces, parce que tout ce qui est consommé comme bois est du bois perdu lors de la fabrication des charbons de bois. Mais on y reviendra peut-être dans la discussion plus tard. Et je voulais te remercier encore une fois pour ta présentation. And now, let me turn to Uganda. Thanks, Ian. The speaker for Uganda will be Mr. Ian Kizawizi. Mr. Kizawizi is a statistician at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. I would like to thank you a lot because you were very responsive to my different mails I sent you, and I am all excited to listen to your presentation. So the floor is yours, Jan.
I hope you can hear me, Jean.
Excusez-moi, je voudrais poser une question du Togo.
Okay, I guess you can hear me. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present here. Let me start with sharing my screen.
Jan, can you hear me?
See my screen?
Oh, yes, we saw it for 1 second. Okay, can you put it again?
Okay. Can you see it? Can you see my screen?
No, we saw it for half a second, but we lost it. So can you try to put it again, please?
Okay. Okay, let me do that. Can you see it now?
Just saying that you started to share your screen. Oh, yes, we saw it for 1 second again and lost it.
Oh, can you see it now?
Yes, now we can. Okay, please go ahead, Jan.
Well, I don't know why when I put in full mode, in full screen, it disappears, unfortunately. But I hope it's okay me sharing it the way it is now.
We can see your screen, but it's not in the presentation mode, but we can see it. So maybe go ahead anyway.
Yes, because when I put it in full screen, it disappears. So I can go on. Well, my name is Ian. Like you said, I'm a statistician with Ministry of Energy.
Yeah, you can do it like that. I mean, that's fine. I mean, we can see it.
Okay. But can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you perfectly.
Okay, thank you. This is, I'm giving a bioenergy report on Uganda, statistics-wise, and we have a few facts here on numbers within the country. 72.5% of final energy consumption goes to traditional bioenergy, as compared to 12.8% that goes to modern bioenergy in Uganda. And then 84% of residential energy consumption goes to traditional bioenergy, as compared to 14.8% of modern bioenergy. And then in terms of urban and rural households, for primary fuel cooking, urban households share 22.3%, while the rural ones have the biggest share of 80.8%. And for charcoal consumption as a primary fuel for cooking, the urban households usually really consume a bigger chunk, which contributes to around 66.4% as compared to 15.5% of rural households. Now, the percentage of urban households using modern bioenergy as a primary fuel for cooking is approximately 10.5%, as compared to rural households using the same technology, same energy as for primary cooking, which is 4.5%. We've carried out a number of surveys on bioenergy consumption, and the last one being in 2016-2017 financial year. Same to survey on fuel wood resources. It was also carried out within the same financial year. And then we also published a report on impact of bioenergy consumption on potential deforestation. That was in 2015. And then the number of people that are dying of respiratory diseases from indoor air pollution is above 10,000. And so how do we estimate the energy consumption in Uganda? We basically use the demand model. And usually this is done using baseline survey data And then at the same time, when the survey has been concluded, we do the estimates at the same time. We do the 5-year estimates during the same period when we carry out the survey. And then the percentage, 31.6% of households that cook using fuel wood use improved wood stoves. And 31.1% of households cooking mainly with charcoal also use improved charcoal stoves. All this is found in the Firewood and Agro-Residue Survey 2020. So what are the main types of modern bioenergy that we use in Uganda? We have biomass, biofuels, firewood, of course, using improved cooking stoves, charcoal using still improved cooking stoves, and then carbonized and uncarbonized briquettes. I have examples of our traditional cooking stoves and the modern ones. These are just examples, but there are many more different types. And this is an enumerator carrying out the survey on charcoal. We'll be collecting data. And then the other types of modern energy that we use in our households include micro hydro steam, diesel generators, wind turbines, solar PV. This is all power from these different sources here. And then modern bioenergy used in other sectors. We have biogas used for cogeneration. That's in combined heat and power, especially in sugar industries. We have biogas produced from spent wash, which is basically used for heating in distilleries. And then other types of modern energy used in other sectors. This is mainly solar PV, used in different sectors, for instance, in health centers, in education institutions, in theaters, that's in hospitals, in agriculture. Then, just like the previous question on how we estimate here we do our estimates for fuel wood resources through projections, and this is done through the same process as the previous one I talked about. And then there are surveys specifically targeted to charcoal production in the country. Yes, and last one was the National Charcoal Survey of Uganda that was done in 2015. Usually our production efficiency lies between 10 and 15% conversion between wood, from wood to charcoal. And this is usually done using the traditional earth kilns. So how do we estimate the modern bioenergy resources in the country? This is the same process, like the previous questions, through projections. And then I have examples of trees that we use for producing wood, which is eventually converted into charcoal. This is wood that is ready to be converted into charcoal. You can see the traditional earth kilns. This is a traditional earth kiln, which does 10 to 15% efficiency. Very useful. Then we have the pictures here for charcoal that has been produced, and then on the right, charcoal being transported to the market. Usually the production is done in villages and then transported to urban areas, as we saw before. Over 60% of charcoal is actually consumed in urban areas as compared to rural areas. And then there are recent studies published on impact of firewood and charcoal consumption and potential depletion of the country's forest resources. I would say yes. And this was the state of Uganda's forestry, 2015, sorry. And its main conclusions were that the forest estate has really shrunk by by 24% from 9% from 1990 to 2015. And then of these, 3.05 million hectares were lost in a span of 25 years. And out of this loss, we have 2.2 million hectares coming from woodlands. There was also a reduction in forest estate outside protected areas of 38, from 68% to 38% between 1990 and 2015. And then this simply implies that almost half of our forests and unprotected areas have been cleared within the last 25 years. However, we made some gains, especially in conifer plantations, which have been planted extensively by the National Forestry Authority and in conjunction with the private sector. For instance, in between 2005 and 2015, both the conifers and broadleaf plants, trees have been increased from 37,000 hectares to 64,000 hectares. And then what conclusions have we come up with from these reports? This is just a continuation. So we also realized that over-reliance on woody biomass as a main source of energy for cooking and heating and lighting by the majority of households is likely to continue in the foreseeable future. This is mainly due to high cost of electricity, gas, kerosene, and solar. And this is worsened by the fact that we use unimproved cook stoves that waste a lot of energy. For instance, 73% of districts in the country are experiencing a deficit of accessible wood biomass for firewood. And this is likely to worsen due to the fact that the rate of deforestation is also a bit high. So as a fact, the government is really implementing so many things, so many programs to make sure that we can avert the situation of deforestation due to biomass consumption, especially wood biomass. And however much we for instance, we've embarked on an ambitious rural electrification scheme. However, this is very good, but the tariffs are still very expensive, very high for the average rural household. So really, we still expect consumption of biomass to keep on rising before it eventually goes down as maybe household incomes increase. There are reports that have been generated on actions on the country energy policy. Yes, some of the actions that have been generated include adoption of improved biomass technology, promotions of alternative wood biomasses, such as electricity, gas, kerosene, solar energy appliances. We've also come up with projects that aim at preserving and replenishing forests. We've intensified data collection and improved coordination and enforcement of regulations, especially within the biomass energy sector. And then we've also disseminated a number of technologies for sustainable charcoal production. We also there are also programs for dissemination and sensitization on how to use 6 cubic meter infrared charcoal kilns. And we've also come up with a number of policies, laws, and regulations to basically control the sector. And then you can see here we have a number of Mapan kilns For instance, this customers drone that does 30% efficiency is one of the things that the country is promoting. So do we have any difficulties with getting bioenergy data? Yes, we do. And some of the challenges that we face include remoteness of especially rural households. We find it very hard to collect data from such places. Then we have inconsistent estimation methods, firewood and agro residues, consumption, especially at household levels. We have an informal biomass trade that makes administrative data really hard to collect. Then we also have, we don't really license biofuel technologies, which also makes it hard to capture data. Then we have inaccuracies in estimation of traditional bioenergy, especially at rural households. And finally, as everyone knows, that surveys are very expensive to carry out in sub-Saharan Africa. It's also a challenge to Uganda. So the challenges that we face in collecting modern bioenergy data, we have a thin line between modern and traditional bioenergy, particularly firewood and charcoal. Sometimes it's hard for systems. In long distances between sample units, you find that modern bioenergy is only 15% of the total bioenergy consumed in Uganda. So you find one household more than a kilometer from the other that uses the same, that uses another modern bioenergy technology. And surveys, like previously, are also expensive to carry out. And there's also a tendency to exclude modern bioenergy from national statistics. And any suggestions for improving the reporting situation? Yes. A database would really help in this, especially for storing data that have been collected. Then we also encourage, we should also encourage public and private financing of bioenergy activities. We should also create working groups for stakeholders, especially in the bioenergy industry, for easy coordination. Then we should also enable the formal trade of bioenergy fuels to enable the capture of data, especially administrative. We should carry out more frequent national surveys. Maybe we can lobby for more funds to be able to carry out these surveys. And then also, lastly, capacity building, especially on estimation of bioenergy supply and consumption, would also help in improving the reporting situation in Uganda. Thank you, and I hope I was loud and clear. Back to you, Jim.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you a lot. I mean, you have overspent a little your time, but I think you had some problems, some noise problem in the background, so this is fine. Very good presentation, thank you. I was impressed because you were, from the 4 speakers, you are the only one able to give a number of the people who die every year from the poor air quality. And if we have time, we can go back to you to know how do you get this number, but okay, fine. And I was also struck by the fact that you say that almost half of the unprotected forests have been cleared in just 25 years. This is quite appealing, and we can discuss maybe later. But for the time being, thanks again. I would like to turn to Jean-Marie Badiata Kayambe. Kayambe est représentant de la République démocratique du Congo. Il a 2 casquettes. Il est à la fois chef du département adjoint au département des hydrocarbures à la Commission nationale de l'énergie et il est également responsable du secteur ménage et biomasse au programme de développement et de gestion de l'information énergétique au ministère des Ressources hydrauliques et électricité. Juste avant de passer la parole à Monsieur Kayambe, je voulais le remercier parce que je sais qu'il a eu des préparations très difficiles, il a eu des coupures d'Internet, il a eu des coupures d'électricité et malgré ça, il va nous donner une superbe présentation. Donc, Monsieur Kayambe, le floor est à vous.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour les participants, bonjour les organisateurs. Je suis très content que vous ayez pensé à ma modeste personne. Je vais vous présenter rapidement la situation de mon pays. Je ne sais pas si vous n'avez pas avec vous ma projection, ma présentation. Vérifiez, ma présentation est avec vous.
A question to the organizer. Oh yes, we can see it now. On peut la voir maintenant, oui.
OK. Est-ce que vous pouvez allumer la caméra?
Vous pouvez y aller. Hein. Nous, on a votre présentation à l'écran.
Merci. On peut défiler. Je vais présenter pour le premier point les chiffres clés pour comprendre la situation bioénergétique de la République démocratique du Congo. Vous avez le tableau devant vous. La part de la bioénergie traditionnelle dans la consommation totale d'énergie du pays, c'est 93%. Et dans le secteur résidentiel, c'est 99%. Nous avons le pourcentage de ménages urbains utilisant le bois comme combustible majoritaire pour la cuisson, c'est 96%. En milieu ruraux, ménages ruraux, là, c'est 99,9%. Il faut comprendre que c'est un secteur où il n'y a que 1% d'électricité pour 65% de la population. La dernière enquête remonte de l'année 2010, qui était organisée par le projet Système d'information énergétique de la RDC, financé par la Wallonie-Bruxelles. Les dernières études remontent, dernière publication remonte de août 2013. Voilà les chiffres qui retiennent notre attention si nous pouvons passer. Troisième diapo nous présente la situation du bilan énergétique de la RDC pour l'année 2018.
Est-ce que quelqu'un peut aider Monsieur Kayambe à passer ces slides, s'il vous plaît? I am addressing the organizers. Can you help Mr. Kayambe to move from one slide?
If you could go next slide, yes.
Yes, thank you. Allez-y, monsieur.
Nous avons la consommation nationale totale. Vous voyez très bien que la biomasse prend la part du lion. 93% sur 4% de produits pétroliers et 3% d'électricité. Donc, la biomasse domine sur la consommation. Et même si nous allons dans le secteur résidentiel, nous trouverons que c'est là où la biomasse bat le record. Si on peut passer rapidement. Consommation, part de la consommation de la bioénergie dans le secteur résidentiel. Comme le montre le tableau et le graphique précédent, les parts de la bioénergie tant dans la consommation totale du pays et du secteur résidentiel sont très élevées, respectivement 93 et 99%. Pour ce qui est de la consommation de la bioénergie moderne, il est difficile pour le moment de la prendre en compte dans le bilan énergétique. Toutes les conditions n'étant pas encore réunies pour une collecte rigoureuse de ce type de bioénergie. Cependant, il est prévu que dans les années à venir, la bioénergie moderne prendra une part importante dans la collecte de données compte tenu de son poids grandissant dans la consommation finale. Quant à la consommation du bois, si nous pouvons passer sur l'autre slash, vous voyez que le bois est consommé dans tous les domaines en RDC, même pour les fabricants indigènes d'alcool, ils utilisent le bois. Pour ceux qui travaillent dans des restaurants que nous appelons Malewa, un peu partout, c'est le bois qui est l'énergie la plus consommée. Et vous voyez à droite, vous avez un four de carbonisation. Donc, pas un four de carbonisation, mais comment on peut cuire les briques pour une bonne construction. On le fait toujours avec du bois. Si on peut passer quelques questions spécifiques, questions plus spécifiques sur la consommation de bioénergie. La première question, comment estimez-vous la consommation en bioénergie traditionnelle lors des années où il n'y a pas d'enquête ou études effectuées sur le pays? Nous calculons la consommation sur la base des consommations spécifiques des années antérieures, c'est-à-dire que la base de l'estimation est la consommation par habitant et par année. Et cela nous permet, avec certaines améliorations, de projeter les données futures. Quel pourcentage de ménages utilisant principalement le bois cuisinent en utilisant le foyer amélioré? Le pourcentage de ménages utilisant principalement le bois est de l'ordre de 99%, mais quant à celui qui utilise le foyer amélioré, il n'est pas encore déterminé, car le foyer amélioré vient à peine de commencer en RDC. Les études sont en cours. Quel pourcentage de ménages utilisant principalement le charbon de bois cuisinent en utilisant des foyers améliorés? Le pourcentage de ménages utilisant principalement le charbon de bois est de 14%, sans tenir compte de foyers améliorés non encore identifiés à ce jour. Notez bien, la RDC ne dispose que d'une faible base d'informations statistiques pour retracer sa situation énergétique. Les sources d'information ne sont pas homologuées, problème d'harmonisation des méthodologies de collecte et de traitement des données énergétiques. Si on peut passer. Voilà la présentation. Vous avez au-dessus, à gauche, le foyer amélioré et à droite, le foyer que nous appelons communément bras zéro, ancien modèle. Mais on passe de l'ancien modèle à droite vers le nouveau modèle à gauche. Et là en bas, vous avez certainement le transport de charbon de bois du lieu de production vers le lieu de consommation. L'autre slide. Type de bioénergie moderne les plus utilisés dans le ménage dans le pays. Dans le pays, on utilise le biogaz, utilisé encore très timidement, et biocarburant. Briquettes, utilisé par une très faible partie de la population. Charbon dit durable. Charbon certainement qui est passé par le système de carbonisation moderne et qui produit plus de chaleur que le charbon ordinaire, compte tenu de son pouvoir calorifique très élevé. Note, pour le biogaz et le biocarburant, le pays dispose de potentialités immenses, mais non quantifiées à l'heure actuelle, en ressources végétales pour le développement du biogaz et de biocarburants en vue de réduire la dépendance vis-à-vis des hydrocarbures importés. La RDC réunit les conditions favorables au développement de filières de biocarburants, notamment à partir de cultures oléagineuses, de la fermentation de résidus de culture de la canne à sucre et du biogaz, de fermentation de résidus et déchets divers. Suivant. Question relative à la disponibilité en ressources bioénergie. Comment estimez-vous la disponibilité en ressources bioénergie traditionnelles lors des années où il n'y a pas eu d'enquête ou d'études effectuées sur le pays? En ce moment, nous recourons à d'anciens rapports et de recherches faites antérieurement et nous les actualisons moyennant quelques corrections et assumptions. Deuxième question, y a-t-il des enquêtes spécifiques destinées à la production et producteurs de charbon de bois dans le pays? Si oui, quel est le rendement moyen de production de charbon de bois? Oui, effectivement, la dernière enquête remonte à 2010. Troisième question, si oui, quel est le rendement moyen de production de charbon de bois? L'enquête a indiqué que le rendement varie très fortement selon le mode de production, entre 10 et 40%. Quatrième question, comment estimez-vous la disponibilité en ressources bioénergie modernes lors des années où il n'y a pas d'enquête ou études effectuées sur la ressource dans le pays? Nous recourons à d'anciens rapports et de recherches faites antérieurement et nous les actualisons moyennant quelques corrections et assumptions. Slide suivante. Vous avez devant vous deux types de fours de carbonisation. Vous avez à gauche le four traditionnel dont le rendement est de 10%. Vous introduisez 100 kg de bois qui vous donne 10 kg de charbon. Et à votre droite, vous avez un four amélioré qui produit le charbon un peu le meilleur, plus meilleur que le premier. Vous introduisez 1000 kg et vous avez 400 kg de bois. Donc, le rendement voisine, le rendement se situe entre 10 et 40%.
Monsieur Kayombe, c'est Monsieur Garnier. Si vous pouvez accélérer un petit peu parce qu'il vous reste 3-4 minutes pour finir. Merci.
Merci. Études et rapports sur le bilan entre consommation en bioénergie et ressources. Effectivement, à la première question, il existe quelques études sur l'impact des consommations de bioénergie sur une possible désertification dans le pays. Malheureusement, elle remonte à plus d'une quinzaine d'années. La réponse à la deuxième question, quelles en ont été les conclusions? Les conclusions sont les suivantes. Il faut réduire la consommation de la bioénergie, notamment par l'apport substantiel d'énergie alternative. La biomasse est la plus importante source d'énergie renouvelable en RDC, qui est la plus consommée. Et au niveau national, le taux de déforestation est en progression et dans les années passées, le taux atteignait 0,25% entre 2005 et 2010, c'est-à-dire environ 400 000 hectares de la superficie moyenne dévastée annuellement. Slide suivant. Est-ce que ces rapports ont conduit à des actions concrètes? Oui. L'usage massif de foyers améliorés vient d'être imposé dans le pays. L'usage de gaz butane qui vient maintenant d'être mis sur le marché. Actuellement, l'information nous parvenue du ministère à ce sujet et pas plus tard que le lundi 8 mars, le ministère de l'Environnement a communiqué un chiffre de 50 000 kits de gaz butane vendus, ce qui fait environ 0,14% de ce kit dans les milieux urbains. Et pour la production de l'électricité, nous avons l'implantation dans le pays de quelques centrales solaires photovoltaïques, la construction de pico- et microcentrales, la création de l'Agence de régulation du secteur de l'énergie ARE, la création de l'Agence nationale des services d'électrification en milieu rural et périurbain, ANSER. Donc, le gouvernement est en train de faire un effort pour réduire la consommation de la biomasse. Difficulté dans la collecte des données sur la bioénergie. Slide suivant. Quelles sont les principales difficultés? Une grande faiblesse est due au manque de statistiques fiables, régulières, validées, centralisées. La biomasse constitue un secteur informel pour lequel les données sont hypothétiques. Les données qui existent sont souvent dispersées. contradictoires selon les sources. Même question pour la collecte de données sur la bioénergie moderne. Les données sont souvent non disponibles. Les services qui les détiennent ne les mettent pas à la portée des autres utilisateurs. Quand il y a plusieurs sources, elles ne donnent pas souvent la même information. Quelles suggestions pourriez-vous faire pour améliorer la situation? Que l'État promulgue des lois facilitant la collecte de données, que les fournisseurs créent des sites Internet pour la vulgarisation des données. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Monsieur Kayambe. Je garderai deux choses de votre présentation qui m'ont vraiment interpellé. D'abord, le fait que chaque année, maintenant, vous avez 400 000 hectares qui sont perdus de par la surconsommation du bois énergie. Et la deuxième, c'est que la dernière étude qui a été faite sur l'impact de la consommation sur l'environnement remonte à 15 ans. Quand on sait que dans votre pays, vous avez 99% de la consommation des ménages qui provient de l'énergie, il me semblerait qu'il y a une urgence à refaire des enquêtes parce que la situation devient très critique, mais on pourra en discuter un petit peu plus tard. Okay, let me turn to the last speaker, but as I said, the last but certainly not the least, Mrs. Nolwazi Kumolo from the Kingdom of Eswatini. Mrs. Kumalo is a senior energy officer under the Ministry of Natural Resources and Energy. She is responsible for the development of energy balance and energy planning models. So the floor is yours, but please keep in mind that we need to be within the 12 minutes slot. Thank you. The floor is yours, Mrs. Nolwazi.
Thank you. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I am Nolwazi Kumalo from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I'm responsible for the development of energy balances. I'll briefly go into the key facts in the interest of time. The Kingdom of Eswatini is nestled between the Republic of South Africa and Mozambique on the eastern side. We have a population of about 1.1 million, and our electrification rate is currently at 80% nationally, with 95% in the urban and 69% in the rural area. 45% of the country is covered by plantations, natural forests, and woodlands. In terms of bioenergy statistics collection, we have the Central Statistical Office in the country, which is responsible for the conduction of household-based surveys, mainly the household-based surveys, the income and expenditure surveys, and agriculture surveys. Those are the two main surveys that includes statistics on household energy, whereby they monitor household use for lighting, cooking, and heating. And we have the Ministry of Natural Resources and Energy, which is responsible for the conduction of surveys on an annual basis for the compilation of energy balance data. We are also responsible for energy policy development and implementation, especially on bioenergy over and above other energy sources. And we also have the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, who are responsible for the maintenance of the forestry industry in the country. And they look into the types of trees that are grown for commercial and those that are used in the household sector for energy uses. And we also have a project on the control of invasive species and wattle management. This project mainly also looks into taking these species to be used for household energy consumption. In 2014, the statistics we noted that in our modeling work that about 2/3 of energy in the residential sector and industry sector is bioenergy. And this is consumed in these two main sectors, even though we have very minute uses in the commercial sector. In terms of the bioenergy data for the country, in terms of the total primary energy supply, we have about 60% of biofuels and waste, which are the main fuel in our energy mix. Local electricity generation is from hydro plants and biomass in terms of bagasse, and which accounts for about 30%, and the remainder of the 70% is electricity imported from the Republic of South Africa. As I've mentioned earlier, there are two main sectors for consumption of bioenergy in the country, which is the industrial sector for heat generation, in particular, the manufacturing sector, food and beverage sector, as well as the industry, for cogeneration in the industry sector. The residential sector uses mainly bioenergy for cooking and heating. In terms of household energy, mainly in the rural area, they use bioenergy and a combination of electricity and liquefied petroleum gas. We don't have much household those use charcoal in Eswatini. The biomass is collected in terms of percentage of households. That is how we estimate following the quantification survey, which we did in 2014. So from between 2014 and currently, we use the biomass estimation tool, which uses updated information from the surveys done by the CSO. Mainly, we take the number of households present in the urban and rural area, and also it takes into account the percentage of households that uses wood for cooking and heating, as well as the household numbers in the urban and rural area. And it gives us a sum of the wood that is used in kilotons. That is what we use in our annual energy balance. The main types of bioenergy in the household is used, as I've alluded earlier, it's in terms of log, which is used mainly 70% in the rural area, and we only have about 9% in the urban area. Currently, the biomass is not commercial, it is not traded, so it's actually a free energy source in the country. Only a few that have started commercializing it around the urban area. So we're looking into quantifying such data going forward. In terms of charcoal and briquettes, this is mainly used during weekends and social activities for braais and barbecues. In terms of the statistics, only about 0.1% of the household uses wood for cooking. Bioenergy used in the industry for heat and process heat in the industry. They use wood chips and wood waste. They also use bagasse from the sugar industry. One of the speakers alluded earlier to the cogeneration. We also have this activity in the country which uses the bagasse, which is a byproduct of sugar production. From the energy statistics that we collect, we have since developed an energy policy in 2018, and one particular target in our energy policy is to have 50% of renewable energy in the electricity generation mix, which takes into account 40 megawatts of solar and 40 megawatts from biomass. And in terms of the residential sector, the country seeks to provide households with modern energy sources by 2022, and we're looking into having smoke-free kitchens in the country by 2022 for residential sector, and some of the public sector in terms of the schools that have feeding schemes. And we have also developed the energy master plan for the country up to 2034. If we look, zoom in further into the Energy Master Plan of 2018, we have specific targets in line with the SDG 7 goal and the Sustainable Energy for All, which seeks to obtain universal access of clean energy by 2030 in the household sector. which will take into account electricity, liquefied petroleum gas, solar home system, as well as biogas digesters. This is also will be coupled with the effective policy in the improved of the biomass cook stoves. I will go into it in my next slides. Of note is that by 2030, the country is looking into eliminating the use of biomass or unsustainable sources of energy in the residential sector. These are the types of improved cookstoves that we currently have in the country. The first stove on my left, the black one, is one that was used widely in the residential sector. You can use, it's like 3-4 pots that you can use with the stove. It can also have a side for baking. You can also be able to install a tank at the back for water. And the one in the middle, this one was not widely accepted because it's a one-pot stove, but it was accepted mainly by the hospitality sector for campsites. And then the brick stove is one that is used mainly in the schools, which have feeding schemes for their students. Currently, we have challenges in terms of bioenergy data. Mainly the biomass is, as I've mentioned earlier, it is not commercialized, hence the quantities of wood are estimated at the moment. And we also have the commercial sector, which is the hospitality that uses a biomass for heating as well as for cooking. And we also have other types of biomass, such as energy crops, waste, and briquettes, which are also not quantified at the moment. We use estimations. And there's also need to calculate the efficiencies of the stoves that I've just shown you in my previous slides, because at the moment we don't have the efficiencies. We yet to have a study to calculate the efficiencies. As a way forward and conclusion in the country, we have a project in cooperation with the World Bank. We'll be conducting an energy survey, which will look into the quantification of bioenergy demand in all sectors. It will also look into the impact of the rural electrification program in the country, because as I've mentioned earlier, we have 80% of access owing to this project, and which has been funded by the ministry and other development partners of the country. And we also look into the impacts of the bioenergy in the current forest resources in the country. And this project is also calculate a GIS-based rural access and estimate going forward, how do we electrify the country to universal. And we also have a 10% blend project, which looks into blending ethanol with petrol, which will be used in the transport sector. We are currently constructing the blending facility. So we're looking into this project to come into play in the year 2023. And we also need to further look at other feedstock that would be used for biodiesel in the country, which does not impact or compete with food security. In 2016, we did a pilot project on biomass digesters using cow dung in the household. This project was successful. However, we then experienced a drought here and most of the livestock died, and this was not rolled out into households. So we are now looking into rolling out this project. And lastly, we are developing strategies of fuel switching from kerosene to LPG in the midst of the sustainable energy for all development goals. Thank you. That'll be the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mrs. Nolwazi. I think we have a few exchanges before this workshop, and I was always surprised by what you said regarding electricity in households. You are the only country, more or less, I know in Africa where, well, except maybe North Africa, where people don't use charcoal in cities, but instead they use electricity. And well, we don't have time now, but it could be very good, I mean, to know what the government has done to promote electricity in household in cities, but as well also in rural area, because I understand that the plan is to have all households using electricity in the near future. Is it through subsidies or is it through other means, whatever? But we don't have time to do that. But it's very interesting because
okay,
you are the I think the only example I know in Southern Africa where you have such electricity rate.
Okay, just a quick one. I think the advantage of the country now, as a population, we are 1.1 million, and we have a rural electrification project we started in the year 1991, which has been robust, and we've had a number of donor funding in terms of the rural electrification project. So that one is that increased the uptake of electricity usage in the household sector. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the additional information. Okay, we arrive at the end of the session. We are running against the clock and the time. And tell you frankly, okay, my screen in the middle of the last presentation turned black. Okay, so I don't have anything on the screen. So if there are questions, I cannot see the questions which have been asked from the floor. But to conclude, I will say that I will conclude with 4 lacks. First is a lack of data. It's clear from the small surveys that the organizer ran before the session. Everybody would like to have more data on consumption, more data on resource, more data on socio-economic aspect of the bioenergy. So there is a clear need for more data. But on the other hand, the people in charge of the data, there is a lacking of resources, of monetary resources. Okay, I wanted to ask how many people work in each of the country on bioenergy statistics, but we don't have time. Surely, I mean, in some countries, it's less than 1% per year who work on that. So there is absolutely a need for a major effort to be done on additional resources to be put on the people in charge of bioenergy statistics. There is also a the third lack, sorry, is on harmonization. Harmonization, I show you at the beginning a few numbers. Well, the numbers that the IEA has on the overall energy consumption, bioenergy consumption in Africa is not the same as the one AFREC, is not the same as the one in UNSD, is not the one of ARENA. So there is a clear lack of sitting together to see where there are problems. There is a lack also of harmonization. I mentioned the term bioenergy. What is bioenergy exactly for us energy statisticians? And what is modern bioenergy? So again, I mean, a call for all harmonization and country to sit and to arrive to a common terminology. And the fourth lack is a lack of time. We had 1 hour, it's very short. We're trying to be within the 1 hour. And it's a pity that we don't have more hours because there is so many questions that I wanted to ask, and I'm sure that all you wanted to ask. So I want once again thank the 4 speakers, and I give you the floor back, Maria, for concluding.
Thank you so much, Mr. Garnier, for your moderating role, and a very big round of applause to you and to all panelists, because it was extremely interesting amount, yes, indeed, amount of information and consideration that are extremely important. And talking about harmonization, this is indeed one of the objectives of the Global Bioenergy Partnership through the use of the GBEP indicators to harmonize the way of collecting data and do sustainability assessment. So through a joining of forces, we could achieve the common objective. So I would like to sincerely thank you all the participants for your active participation also through the chat. I've seen a lot of questions, answers going on throughout the day, for a very interesting presentation during this first day of the Bioenergy Week. I also wish to thank the interpreters for their important work of translation into English and French, the various presentations, and last but absolutely not least, the GBEP and FAO team supporting this event behind the scenes. So a big round of applause to all that contributed to the success of this first day of the Bioenergy Week. I wish you all a very good rest of the day and invite you all to reconvene tomorrow morning. We will reconvene at 11 a.m. East Africa time of course, please check your time zone so that you connect on time. I wish you all a good rest of the day. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.